Well, folks, welcome to this Power Series. Yeah, Killarney, I think it's the golfing that's parked over there, but not for very long. We had the qualifying, we had a few delays, and we'll try and keep you updated on things as they go along. Well, just look at what we have over here, just testing a few mics over here, just to make sure we are well and truly coming out to you very nicely. So when we get that up to you, we will then be able to bring you this lovely race day as it comes on. Now it's getting a bit better there, the sun is coming out. So I'll take you through the classes today. Thermofires, Clubman saloons will be up first with the Spitfire Furniture, Sports and GT cars following suit. Louder classic cars and the Bijou Trusty Fine cars will be the third race out today. Then the Pirelli V8 Masters, the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge. Then it is the Bridgestone Super Twin Cup and the Super Sport motorcycles. Of course, that's the 300s and the 600s. The South Superbikes and Superbike Challenge, as well as the Masters, Strato Technology, Clubman's, Classics and Breakfast Run motorcycles. Those will be the last race before the lunch break, which is scheduled for around about 10 this morning, and or this afternoon, I should rather say, with the fan walk for the Thermofires Clubman saloons. And their first race after lunch will be then. So we will be keeping you updated on that as the cars make their way around on the circuit on their sighting laps.
Right, hello everybody, Frank Guinness Mike side, and welcome to Killarney International Raceway and to the following round of the Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car Power series. And we'll start the activities off with the Clubman's regional saloon cars sponsored there by Thermofires and Bry. So big thanks to the major sponsor of the Clubman's regional saloons, and they will start the activities off here at Killarney International Raceway today. With me in the commentary booth will be Francois Butler, Byron Knight and Emil Brunt. We will be calling this event for you today from the commentary box at Killarney International Raceway. So race number one, as Francois Butler picks up the microphone to join me will be the Thermofires Clubman's regional saloon cars. And Francois, good morning.
Morning, Frankie. Welcome to all the spectators at Killarney that have got you nice and early. A nice crisp, cold early morning. I think we're in for a nice day's weather. I see the sun has peaked out for the viewers that are online. The screen looking very clear. The track is starting to dry up. There was a little bit of an oil spillage this morning by one of the GTI Challenge cars. That's been cleaned up. A bit of drizzle on the circuit. As the Clubman's cars start lining up, there you see on your screen, at the viewers at home, the officials making sure that everyone lines up in their respective positions. The pace car's lights are on in the front. I think we've got a very fast pace car here today. Yes, it's a little Renault Quid, the Sandero. So it's going to be nice and quick. But I think we're in for some spectacular racing. Frankie, Clubman's one of your favorites. Our man Gary Fleming is having a fantastic holiday over in the Republic of Ireland. So I think he's going to be having a lot of fun over there. And the racing is going to be red hot today.
Yeah, a smallish field of Clubman's cars. I think initially there were 26 cars that entered. There are not 26 cars out on the grid at this point in time. There are close to 20 of them as Shane Du Toit and Stephen Heidenreich leads this entire field off the line as the Clubman's cars head down into turn number 1. And I see that Paul Minnick is one of the starters at the back of the field together with Razik Harris. He is that white Golf right at the tail end of the field, Razik Harris, and he's supposed to be campaigning in the GTI Challenge as well a bit later on. So the Renault leads them up the Jabez Straight into a Quarry Corner. That's turn 2, and the front row of the grid will be Shane Du Toit and Stephen Heidenreich, and Shane Smith. Stephen House, well, he's qualified pretty high up, and then we've got Trappies van Tonder, main circuit racer of note that also raced oval track last weekend. He's the chairman of the KPL drivers, and he raced last Saturday here at CHD and last week Sunday at the Vescus Oval between Saldanha and Vredenburg. And between him and his son Denrich and Tertius van Tonder, they've got a first, second and third across the line in the finals. And it's been a couple of years since Trappies has raced a dirt oval, but he has now moved up. He's there in Class C with his Polo, Francois, as they work their way around turn 4, Malmesbury sweep.
Yeah, they're in second place in the VW Mark III Jetta. Stephen Heinrich, we remember last time out he had a bit of gearbox issues, only down in 5th gear. Apparently they've repaired that gearbox, so I'm sure Stephen has got his fingers crossed that Jetta will come to play. We know Stephen Heinrich, very well-equipped driver, also out of oval circuit fame. And he sits there alongside that very, very quick 2-litre Golf of Shane Du Toit from Skilpadvlei Wine Farms. We know we have other words we use, but let's just call it horribly fast.
Well, that car is incredibly quick. At the time attack that we had here that Sunday, if it wasn't for problems with the car, it would have been the quickest car out on track other than the Formula VW of Byron Mitchell. But as the Clubman's cars work their way out of turn 5, out of Fostron Corner, they make their way down towards the City of Cape Town Bridge on the main straight that's sponsored there by Porsche Club. Turn 3, of course, is Interceptor Shoeware Corner. So here they come under the City of Cape Town Bridge. The red lights on pit lane is on, and we're going to go race pretty soon as the lights go off now and the hammers get dropped and away they go as they barrel down into turn number 1. It's Shane Du Toit with a Stephen Heidenreich. Shane Smith, he's there in that 3rd position. There's a big lock-up as they go down into turn number 1. Everybody managed to lock up, to avoid that cloud of smoke caused by the lock-up as they exit turn 1 Quarry. But it is Du Toit that sits out there in P1 with Stephen Heidenreich in that 2nd position. Then it's Shane Smith, Stephen House up on the inside of House as JP Share gets that thing. No, it's not JP. JP's coming through there. He's with Chiara van Niekerk. Then it is Jean Verwey that's coming through as well. Behind Verwey is Ryan Lodge, and Razik Harris is in that group as well, Francois, as the leaders work their way up the Tygerberg Straight towards turn 4, Malmesbury sweep.
Oh, I have a look there already. The lights are Shane Du Toit trying to pull away there. Stephen Heinrich trying to keep together there with him. Shane Du Toit in the BMW series sits right up there, and Trappist van Tonder in the polo sitting there in P4, Frankie, acquitting himself very well here in the opening stages of this race.
Yeah, Trappist van Tonder heading down in that polo towards turn 5 into Fostron corner. Out of 5 they come now. Lap number 1 is almost in the bag. There's a car, that's a replay going down into turn 5 as the leaders make their way down the home straight. Down the Porsche straight they come. It is the toy, it's Heidenreich. It is a Shane Smith, then it's a Trappist van Tonder. Then Gary Smith coming through as well, and side by side is Stephen Coase and JP Shea. Then it is Willie Swart in that Jetta 2 heading down into turn number 1. Chiara van Niekerk is in that group as well. So is Jean Verwey, and right behind them is the Golf of Razik Harris, followed there by Ryan Lodge.
Well, a notable thing I was noticing going on to turn 1, Shane de Toy going defensive. I've never seen him do that, just to keep the likes of Stephen Heinrich behind him, but he's got a little bit of better corner speed coming out of the corners. Obviously Stephen in the Jetta, a little bit of a bigger car to muscle around the corner, but going down the back straight, Stephen seems to have good pace. I spoke to Tiny earlier about that gearbox issue. Hopefully that gearbox is going to hold, because Stephen is not scared to pound a car hard as they work their way down the back straight. Led out there by the Skulpad flag, Golf of Shane de Toy. Up behind him is Stephen Heidenreich in the Keith Auto Donadia plant, higher fat racing Jetta. They make them their way down. Behind him is Shane Smith. Shane Smith in the BMW E46 truckboard logistics car. They're down into Fastron corner, turn number 5. They work their way around, and now Shane de Toy seems to be stepping up a bit as he pulls away from Stephen, but Shane Smith right up there behind Stephen Heinrich.
Coming into turn 5 now, into Fostron. There's a hell of a fight going on in there, just behind Francois van Tonder. Coming out of turn 5, look at this high-speed train coming out of 5. Heading on to the Porsche straight right now. It is a Trappist van Tonder. Right behind him is Gary Smith. Here comes Razik Harris, JP Shea and Willie Swart. There's 5 of them going one-on-one into turn number 1, and they've been chased down there by Jean Verwey and Stephen Coase, but it's that group of 5 cars that's making its way out of turn number 1 now. That's a group you see on your screen, and that's a group that's heading up the Jabez Straight towards a turn 2 quarry corner, and it's Razik Harris that's now got his nose ahead there of Francois van Tonder. Right behind him is Gary Smith, followed there by Willie Swart, and at the tail end of that group is the BMW of JP Shea, and they being caught there by Jean Verwey, the chairman of the Vescus Oval between Saldanha and Vredenburg, and right in there behind him is Stephen Coase, Chiara van Niekerk, and then Barry Williams in the BMW has got Ryan Lodge right on his case as they head towards turn 4, Malmesbury sweep.
Well, Shane de Toy circulating the circuit in a 1 minute 22.4. That is absolutely nothing to be sneezed at. He's already got a quicker first sector. Stephen Heinrich about 4 seconds of his pace. So clearly you can see Shane is now turning up the wick and getting away from the guys as he comes up towards the start-finish line. Turn number 5, Trappist van Tonder going into turn 5. There with the crowd up, likes of Gary Smith and co behind him as the leaders work their way down into turn number 1. And already, like we said, Shane de Toy really muscling his way through there. Behind him, Heidenreich, followed by Smith. Razik Harris goes up into P4, head of Trappist van Tonder. Gary Smith up behind him. Swartz there. JP Shares in 8th. Jean Verwey in 9. And Willie goes down in 10. So everybody absolutely giving it 10 tenths here.
Right, as we stay with the picture there, going through turn number 2, heading into turn number 2 now as this 4-way dice. We'll pick them up now shortly on the screen. There they go into turn number, here they come through turn number 2, and that group of 4 has been led there by Trappist van Tonder. Then it is Gary Smith, Willie Swart and JP Shea. It is the BMWs, it's a Golf, a Jetta 2 and a Polo that's in that group working their way out of Interceptor corner up the Tygerberg Straight towards turn 4, Malmesbury.
Well, there we see Trappist going into turn number 4 there with that little group of car going a little bit wide there, coming back onto the circuit, couldn't pick up the driver. I think it's the likes there of Chiara van Niekerk. She's down in P11, but going down into turn number 5, or coming out of turn number 5 at the moment down the main straight is your leader Shane de Toy, and he is hammering that Golf. Up behind him there, Stephen Heinrich and Shane Smith. There you see them in picture having a lovely squabble going down in towards turn number 1. And well, Heidenreich's just got a little bit of the upper hand there now as they go into 1. They work their way around out of turn number 1. There you see in picture going up towards turn number 2. There's Shane de Toy. We'll stay on this one now as we watch there behind him Heidenrich and Shane Smith. Shane giving it hammers there. The BM trailing the Jetta 2 coming into Quarry Corner. And you'll see them try and hug the inside of their corners. They work their way around. You don't want someone coming past you. You go a bit wide. He slides up on your inside. They work their way down through the kink, down towards Interceptor Corner. And coming there you can see having a lovely dice between the two cars as they work their way up towards turn number 4. That is Malmesbury Sweep up the Tygerberg Straight. Here they come up towards Malmesbury Sweep. Lovely camera work here from our cameramen as they come around. That's that double apex right-hander. You've really got to measure it well, otherwise it spits you out wide. There goes Shane down the back straight, down towards turn number 5. And up behind him, Stephen Heinrich and Shane Smith giving it 10-10s.
But let's go back to turn number 4. As they come out of turn number 4, that 4-way Trappist van Tonder was ahead of that group of 4. He's now at the back of the group of 4, so something happened. He must have gone wide. He must have made a slight mistake, van Tonder, as he's still with them, but he's at the tail end of that group of 4 cars that's working their way down into turn number 5, Pertamina Fostron. Out of Fostron, that group comes. That group has now been led there by Willie Swart. Right behind Willie Swart is Gary Smith, JP Share, and only then is Trappist van Tonder. He's right there with them, but he's lost a little bit of ground. He's going to have to fight back heavily. And then there's another group of cars as this group heads down into turn number 1 that's making their way under the City of Cape Town Bridge. It's a group of 3 cars that's been led there by Jean Verwey. Paul Minnick is right on his case, followed there by Stephen Gous. Right behind Stephen Gous is Chiara van Niekerk, Barry Smith, and then it is Ryan Lodge that looks up on the inside of the BMW of Eugene Gaspery.
Oh, bad news. Stephen Heidenrich slowing up there in the Interceptor Corner. He seems to be picking up an issue, and well, Shane de Toy went a little bit slower, so for some reason he must have missed the gear. And in the lead at the moment is young Shane Smith in the E46 BMW. He works his way down the back straight, and Shane trying to work his way through to get back to the lead.
Right, look at that group of cars going down the back straight. We're going to have to go to that one there. And these guys are side by side heading down into turn number 5. Through turn 5, that group comes now.
That's Razzie Harris going to the front.
Razzie Harris leads those 3 cars coming out of turn 5. Harris is busy working his way through the field under the City of Cape Town Bridge. They come now. It's Razzie Harris that's now run his nose ahead there of Shane, and Shane de Toy is also slowed down. Shane de Toy was leading this one. He's still in that fight, but he is now behind Harris and he's behind Shane de Toy as he makes his way out of turn number 1, and he's not too far ahead there of the Jetta of Willie Gous going into turn number 1. Look at this fight going into turn number 1, and Van Tonder's coming back. Trappist van Tonder is coming back. He's got his nose ahead there of Gary Smith Francois, and he's right on the case there of JP Share.
Up towards turn number 2 there, Trappist van Tonder in that snow white polo sits right up behind JP Share's E36 BMW. He's right there with him, and he's going to be giving him a little bit of something to think about. Up ahead of them there is Willie Swartz leading out in the Jetta, sitting out there in that group. So Trappist van Tonder's got 2 and a bit laps to go. And your leader in this race at the moment is Razzie Harris, followed by Shane Smith. Razzie Harris posting the quickest time of 1 minute 22.3. So Razzie doing double duty today, Frank. He's in the GTI Challenge as well. Saw his car yesterday, beautifully turned out car. But he's showing his mettle. I think he's arrived at Killarney with a purpose today.
Well, for sure, with a purpose today. Well, he started this one at the back of the field, and he was down in about 17th, 18th position. And he worked his way all the way through into P1, and trouble for the 2 leaders. First of all, for Stephen Heidenrich, that was in that 2nd position, and then the leader, Shane de Toy, as they come down towards us, Francois.
Trappist van Tonder going wide out of 5, lost a lot of ground there. And while he's dropped back a couple of places, he's going to be swallowed up here pretty shortly by the likes of Paul Minnick, who worked his way from the back of the field. And Minnick is going to find himself probably in about 5th place pretty shortly. Minnick right on the back there of Francois van Tonder. So it's, like I said, everyone's out here with a purpose today.
So we're on the final lap, and the leader's making his way out of turn 3, out of Interceptor Corner. That's Razzie Harris, making his way up the Tygerberg Straight towards turn 4, Malmesbury Sweep. This is the last lap that they are on as he heads down the back main. He came from stone last into P1. Razik Harris as he starts the third and final sector of Killarney International Raceway, racing down the back straight towards turn number 5 Fostron. Right on his case is the BMW of Shane Smith. The two of them working their way out of turn 5. The checkered flag is out as they make their way out of turn 5, out of Fostron, through the kink, and Francois bring them to the checkered flag.
Yeah, Razik Harris really applying himself here as the checkered flag beckons for Razik Harris. He crosses the line, followed by the BMW Shane Smith. And coming out of turn number 5, Willie Swart in the Jetta. Walked fantastically well. He worked his way through. Having a look up behind him, Gary Smith and JP Share follow him, and over the line, Willie Swart crosses the line, coming up towards us now with Gary Smith and JP Share. Francois van Tonde staving off the attentions of Paul Minnick. Minnick runs along his side there, was spoken Afrikaans, and they cross the line. So brilliant stuff there from those drivers.
Jean Verwey crosses the line, Stephen Goos crosses the line, so does the man that led Shane de Toy way down the line. Chiara van Niekerk finishes her race. Barry Williams crosses the line, and so does Ryan Lodge. Well, what happened to Eugene Gasperi? I never saw him get to the checkered flag in that silver BMW, but Class A, well, should I say Class B, was won by Shane Smith from Willie Swart out there, and then Class C was Gary Smith, JP Share, and Francois van Tonde finishing there in that third position. So, yeah, Class B, third, was Paul Minnick. He finished in P7 overall, but third in class. And lovely stuff out there. The winner, of course, Razik Harris. And it shows here on the screen that he is in Class A. Well, brilliant stuff out there by the Thermo Fires and Bryce Clubman's regional saloon cars. We'll be back with you soon. Well, I did mention that Gasperi didn't cross the line. We now know why. That BMW is standing sideways in turn number 5. And obviously a problem out there with him. The marshals are busy working there. There's oil on the circuit. And Gasperi's car there you see on the right-hand side of your picture at home. That is the silver BMW of Eugene Gasperi. And that is the reason why he never brought that Beamer to the checkered flag. So yeah, there was trouble out there in turn 5. We'll get confirmation, but presumably oil there in turn 5 Fostron corner.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny from Wingfield Motors here. After 33 years of service
Right, folks, nice to have overseas visitors here. I've got a gentleman by the name of Rinse. He comes from a small town just about 20 miles east of Utrecht in the Netherlands. Rinse, you come to Killarney. What are your impressions of Killarney? I know you've only been here for a couple of minutes, but you're also an ex-racing driver from the Netherlands. Give us a little bit of your perspective.
I think it's awesome. It feels like there's a lot of camaraderie here in the pit boxes everywhere. I love to see the different categories of cars and bikes. There's lots of bikes here, and the feel reminds me very much of what I used to do back in the Netherlands. It's all about friendship, partners. I love the atmosphere. Really great.
So we had a little conversation earlier. You spoke of tracks like Zandvoort, down at Essen, etc. What kind of racing did you partake in?
That was mainly endurance races, so it was like VW Golfs, BMW M3 series, 4 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours, up to 24 hours in various tracks in the Netherlands, Belgium, Spa, which is obviously excellent, Nürburgring, Oschersleben in Germany, and it's great teamwork. I enjoyed it, and this makes me feel going back to those days.
So I've actually watched a lot of that on YouTube, so a lot of the clips. There's also that historic endurance series where they have the old DTM cars, the BMs, the Mercs, the 190Es, the old 325Is as we know them. That series seems very healthy. What is your take on that?
I think there's a lot more interest now in series like that in particular, and you know, these classic cars, we need to preserve them for future, and it's great that people are racing them and with respect obviously, and are involved in that. I really enjoy it.
I was watching a couple of those old 3 Series BMs. I saw a couple of the old Audis, the old DTM Audis that the guys race. And watching them on a track like Zandvoort, where they raced recently, they don't hold back. They 10-10s all the way.
No, that's correct. I mean, they respect each other for sure, but there is really nice fights. And Zandvoort now with the banking, of course, is a completely different track from what it was 10 years ago, or 5 years ago even. So that's a nice big challenge for them as well, I think.
So having a look around, you've obviously walked around in the pits and everything. How do we sort of equate to European racing in terms of what you see here?
I think it's very similar actually. There's similar cars, similar feel. The track layout, I just heard it's 3.1 kilometer, is a little bit shorter than most of the tracks we race on in Europe. But other than that, I would say it's very, very similar.
Well, it's lovely having you here. Thanks for coming to spend your Euros here in South Africa, and I sincerely wish you a lovely holiday.
Thank you so much. I enjoy being here. I'm here quite often, but I love South Africa. So good to be here. Thanks very much.
Wel, dit ben Risa Alderpad van Holland. Ons sê dankie aan hom en ons hoop hy het 'n lekker vakansie hier in Suid-Afrika.
Well, folks, whilst we wait, as you can see on the screens, if you are watching on the live stream from IMUSAT, there is quite a bit of cleanup that is taking place, and quite a bit of oil that has been It's dropped at turn 5. When I got here this morning, they were cleaning up already over here, looking very agricultural out there. And this Killarney, I think, has taken more of a motocross track look to it at the moment. So hopefully we can get that sorted. We have the Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT cars going to be coming up next. And, well, that will be our second race of the day. But we'll go off air for a short little while. And once the cars come out into the circuit, we'll be right back with you. Well, the Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT cars, and of course their first race over 10 laps, and only 12 of them out there looks like it today, but a number of these guys, a lot of money in the bank account to run these cars, not just your ordinary racing cars here. These are, a lot of them are special competition cars, and some of them are much older than others, some of the newer stuff. But there comes now Steve Humble and Francis Carruthers out on the circuit. Steve Humble, the Killarney Festival of Speed winner in the 4-cylinder Opel Malik. And, well, he was probably the closest to the man through most of the weekend who was looking to dominate. And, of course, that was Davy Hubert in the Lotus Exige with the V8 twin-turbo Ferrari engine. But, unfortunately, due to that turbocharged failure on the Exige, it left the door open for Steve Humble to take that Malik into top spot for the Speed Festival. The man from the UK, it is coming to race down here in sunny South Africa.
Yeah, well, he was king of Killarney for the time attack, the Killarney Speed Festival. We had the Saturday and the Sunday, and he will certainly be out there today doing what he does best. We should have Clinton Thorne and Francis Carruthers and 8-Call 24/7 Shelby Can-Am of Dr. Mike Verrier that will be out there as well. Of course, the Doc is the father of the iRacing Master Series that we do on a Wednesday evening, as well as the MSA-backed Porsche Cup and the GTE League that runs one Wednesday a month, together with Jaco Steyn from Joburg that does the SA Touring Car Challenge. That's also one Monday a month. That's going to be every second Monday from now on, and that gets brought to you by Second Gear Productions. So Dr. Mike Verrier will be out there in that Shelby Can-Am, the man that comes from the Southern Cape. He yields there, Byron, from the Neisner area. And he'll be out there in that number 33 Shelby Can-Am. So the Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT cars working their way out of Turn 5, out of Fast Run, under the City of Cape Town Bridge, as they Francis Carruthers in the pull beam rolls through. There's Clinton Thorne, there is Steve Humble, there is Mike Verrier, there is Yanni Hatzi out there, and then Paul Beachhead in the Audi R8, and Philip Boyson, a lovely welcome return there to Philip Boyson in the Lotus Exige. He's been out of it. I think the last time we might have seen him was probably somewhere around 2019, just before the whole world went crazy in the beginning of 2020. So yeah, he's been away, Byron, for quite some time as Philip Boyson.
Yeah, doing 2 warm-up laps here, Frankie. The pace car, safety car, will be taking the pull beam and the Mallock around. Look at that Lotus 7 there of Clinton Thorne, rear wing and front wing, generating the downforce in the corners. And there is Yanni Hatzi as well in that 200 SX Nissan. Lovely to see Imperial Japanese flag emblazoned on that car. Mike Verrier, Nissan Shelby Can-Am. We were talking, a long time ago about that. It was a very popular series here in South Africa. The Shelby Can-Ams on the national side of things. Paul Beachyhead, also in his Audi R8, the Lotus Exige. Philip Boyson. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Frankie, but the name Philip Boyson, I think, also comes from Group N days, I think, as well, also in the Honda Ballards.
Yeah,
in the
right.
late 90s.
100% correct in the Honda Ballards. And remember that the Honda Cup, the Honda Ballard Cup, was also part of the old Stanek and Castrol Group N days. Now you're going into late 80s, early 90s. Lawrence Boshoff and all those guys that were part of the Honda team, and I think they ran Class C or Class D, if I'm not mistaken. Class C, I think it is. And then they also had the Honda Ballard Cup, which was part of your Group N.
But remember, Kurt Ulchen was also in that group as well.
Yes.
Those years, the late Kurt Ulchen.
Yeah. And there were quite a few others as well. Yes, and the Total Court Hondas of Martin Steyn just been told to us here by Emil Brunt of the Commentators Association and Tiny Spitbox. So yeah, we're going to get going soon. Spitfire Furniture, Sports and GT, race number 1, over 10 laps. They're making their way out, or should I say through the kink, under the City of Cape Town Bridge. Not too many of them, but they're pretty quick out there. Whoa, and the doctor was way on the gas a little bit too soon, and he almost went into the back end there of the Mallock of Steve Humble just before the lights went out. So Dr. Mike Verrier was a touch over eager there, but all as well. He is in there now behind Yanni Hatzi, that is in that 3rd place. But here comes Mike Verrier. Mike Verrier and Steve Humble, they are side by side. Yanni Hatzi's right in there with them as well. They're trying to go through abreast into turn 2, Quarry Corner. That's not going to work. A lie, it's not Steve Humble. Steve Humble is up front. It's Clinton Thorne, my apologies. Clinton Thorne in the Lotus 7 is there now in that 3rd position. I do apologize to Steve Humble because he's way up front, Byron, making his way out of turn 4 out of Malmesbury Sweep.
Yeah, good clean start from everybody, Frankie. Yeah, always great on the starts is Steve Humble. And while coming around now onto the back straight, he does. He's going to have a long, nice gap there ahead of the pull beam of Francis Carruthers. They rocket down the back straight now. I saw there comes Louis de Jager. He's fighting it out with Eric Salomon. At the moment, they're both Class D runners at the moment. Louis de Jager will actually now be coming up into 3rd place in class in the Lola T212, past that Elf S06, the Lotus 23 model of Eric Salomon.
Right, so lap number 1 is in the bag as the drivers make their way under the City of Cape Town Bridge, heading into turn 1 into Holzhoek. Through Holzhoek now, looks like the entire field. Yep, the entire field has now made its way across the start-finish line. The leaders working their way now through turn 2. That is Quarry Corner. And up front, it is Steve Humble that sits out there in P1 with the Opel Malak. Then it's a Pull Beam in second position, going into interceptor corner of Francis Carruthers. Heading into turn 3 now is the Lotus 7 of Clinton Thorne. Thorne sitting up there in that third position. He's trying to get away here from Dr. Mike Verrier, but Yanni Hatzi is right there with him as they work their way up the Tygerberg Straight towards turn 4, Malmesbury sweep.
I have to say, Frankie, Yanni Hatzi holding his own here. He was lovely on the start, battling it out with the likes of Clinton Thorne and Mike Verrier. He currently still holds, I think, 4th position at the moment. They go down the back straight. He can have a sight there of Clinton Thorne right ahead of him. He's ahead of Mike Verrier. Only 11 of them in the race. Unfortunately, Martin Pugh in his Nissan Shelby Can-Am not taking a start in this race.
Right to the middle, drive out there at this point in time with a 1:16.475. He's your leader, car number 11, Steve Humble. He's the fastest man out there as Steve makes his way up the Jabez Straight towards turn 2. Into turn 2, that hairpin, that is turn number 2. Right behind him in the pole is Francis Carruthers. Heading towards turn 2 now is the Lotus 7 of Clinton Thorne. And right behind him is the Shelby Can-Am, the 8-Call 24/7 Shelby Can-Am of Mike Verrier. Then Yanni Hatzi busy working his way out there as well. Then heading into turn 2 now, there's a two-way dice. That is the Lotus Exige of Philip Boyson. Right behind him is the T210 Lola of Louis De Jager. Then right behind Louis is the Audi R8 of Paul Beachhead. And he's got Eric Salomon right on his case there in the Elf. The Elf is right on the case of that Audi as they work their way through turn 3, interceptor corner.
Saw a puff of smoke from the Audi R8 earlier on, Frankie, so maybe not having everything his own way there. Paul Beachyhead, Eric Salomon on the Tygerberg Straight now. He's inching ever so close to the back there of the R8. It was, of course, Louis De Jager is currently second in class now. Yanni Hatzi not fourth, but fifth, of course, as well, behind Mike Verrier. The time between them 3.4 seconds as they cross the line right now. It is going to be 4.4 seconds between Francis Carruthers and Steve Humble. We wait a little bit now as well, and then we have the next man come over here: Clinton Thorne, Mike Verrier, Yanni Hatzi, Philip Boyson. Watch out for that Lotus Exige.
Right, so looking at this group of cars that's going down the Jabez Straight. Into turn 2 they go. There is Steve Humble, Clinton Thorne going through. Right behind him is Dr. Mike Verrier. That's those 3 cars that you see on your screen there, working their way out of turn 2, Quarry Corner. That group making its way through the kink. That's that same car going through the kink and turn 3, Interceptor Corner. Interceptor Shoe, where one of the main sponsors here at Killarney International Raceway, as Humble, Thorne and Verrier work their way through turn 4. There's a yellow flag. There's a car that's gone off. Is that Carruthers?
Carruthers.
Yes, it is. There you see on your screen, that is Francis Carruthers that has gone missing there. And that is in turn 4. That's going through turn 4, Malmesbury sweep, as the Lotus Exige of Philip Boyson makes his way through. And right behind him, the Lola T210 of Louis De Jager.
Oh, luckily he's kept it going, Frankie. He's back out in the circuit. He'll have now the likes there of Philip Boyson has come through, Louis De Jager, Paul Beachyhead, and Eric Salomon. Steve Humble leads now by 2.1 seconds over Clinton Thorne. So also a scrappy lap there from Steve Humble, because Clinton Thorne is much closer. Although a 1:19.193 from Steve Humble on the last lap, not really that scrappy, but not to his standards probably as well, seeing that he put a 1:16.475 in earlier on. Clinton Thorne putting in a 1:23.86, and he's still keeping it ahead of Mike Verrier. Only 0.3 of a second between the two of them, Frankie, as they come out there of turn 2.
Yeah, as they head now towards Interceptor Corner. That's that fight that you're seeing there on your screen, going to Interceptor Corner. And that is that fight for second and third position. Clinton Thorne, and he has got the dock right on his case there as they work their way through turn 4, Malmesbury. But it is the Opel-powered Mallock in P1 of Steve Humble working his way down the back straight, and right behind him is that fight for second and third. Clinton Thorne in second, Mike Verrier in third position as we watch them go down the back straight, Byron, into turn 5, Fostron Corner.
No, Mike Verrier was looking on the outside of Clinton Thorne. He broadsides through the turn 5 section over here as well. They're looking visibly closer to Steve Humble. Steve Humble putting much more modest lap times in. He was a 1:19.193 the last time out. Let's see them as they cross the line now. What it's going to look like, a 1:22 4.56 is now 2.8 seconds between himself and Clinton Thorne. Mike Verrier crosses the line 0.8 of a second back in the Nissan Shelby Can-Am. Here comes Yanni Hutzi, basically having a race on his own. Frankie, wait now for the Exige. He's now a little bit, a smidgen ahead of Louis Diaga at this phase in the race. I see no Lotus Exige, to be honest. I think the Lotus Exige might have parked it somewhere, because Louis Diaga comes right through now and takes up 5th position at the moment. Second in Class C with Yanni Hutzi, a further 17.9 seconds up the road.
Well, I can confirm that Ray Farnham has retired his car. He's retired the Birkin. I saw him there in the pit area, so that is all over for Ray Farnham in heat number 1.
On the exit of turn 2, Frankie, that's where the Lotus Exige has been parked and out of the race, unfortunately, for Philip Boyson. So yellow flags will be waving in that section, surely, because he is parked in a bit of an interesting position, but it's unfortunate over there as well, as 5 laps left to go. Louis Diaga up into second in class, 5th overall. Francis Carruthers, he's still in the race. He currently lies 6th at the moment. Second, or actually 4th in class A now, ahead of Paul Beachy Head, who's now inched a bit of a gap between himself and Eric Salomon's Elf, as that now crossing the line is Steve Humble. Another 123, 183. He's turned the wick completely down on that Opel Malik of his. Clinton Thorne still comes through. He's broken the gap from Mike Verrier, and then Yanni Hutzi comes through next.
Right, so the leaders are making their way up the Jabir Straight towards turn 2, and into turn 2 goes your leader now. That's Quarry Corner, and it is Steve Humble that leads him out there, with Clinton Thorne in that 2nd position and Dr. Mike Verrier in that 3rd place, as they make their way through the kink and race down to turn 3, Interceptor Corner. Interceptor Shoewear, Interceptor Corner, that's turn 3, and that is 1st, 2nd and 3rd on your screen there. That's working their way uphill. That is the Tigerberg Straight towards turn 4. Malmesbury, it's a double right hand. There's only one line through Malmesbury, and that is the highest part of Killarney International Raceway, is Malmesbury Sweep. That is turn 4, as the leaders make their way down that back straight towards turn 5, Interceptor Corner, and when they cross the line, they will have 3 laps to go.
Well, just going through turn 1 earlier on, now into turn 2. There's the Audi R8 of Paul Beachy Head. He was side by side with Eric Salomon's Lotus 23 replica, and now coming through the kink they do, it's much further apart. They are going through Interceptor at this particular point now. They are currently 29.1 seconds ahead of Henny Trollope at this time. Only 9 entrants still left in this race. Philip Boyson out, Ray Farnham, as Frankie pointed out earlier on, out, and Martin Pugh not even starting this race. Steve Humble still leads the way, a 1:16.475 earlier on his fastest lap, but now he's putting in much more modest times of 1:22's 5.37, 4.7 seconds ahead of the Lotus 7 of Clinton Thorne.
On that fight that you see on your screen there, heading down towards turn 5 Fastron, that is the Audi R8 of Paul Beachyhead, and there he comes through, and right behind him is the Elf of Eric Salomon. Salomon not too far behind him. The two of them heading towards the start-finish line now. Here comes the Audi R8 of Paul Beachyhead, and there's the Elf of Eric Salomon right in there behind him. And there's 2.8 seconds between Beachyhead and Salomon in that fight for 7th position.
Well, Frankie, Mike Verrier, Dr. Mike Verrier, just went farming briefly as well on the exit of turn 1, and he's now surely lost a number of places out. I think he's ahead of Francis Carruthers still, but Yanni Hutzi is now in 3rd position. Now, Steve Humble crosses the line, 1:23.577. Then he has a 6-second gap between himself and the Clinton Thorne with the rear and front wing on that Lotus 7. Yanni Hutzi's up into 3rd now and leads Class C because Mike Verrier had that off. Mike Verrier, we watch out for him now, should be coming into the Cape Town corner, Pertamina Fastron section. And what happens is, would be coming around to be in 4th position. 2 laps to go in this particular race, this 10-lap race that we have over here as well. Francis Carruthers still holding on there in 5th position, and then we'll see the time gap between himself and Mike Verrier at this time. Here comes Francis Carruthers down the road now. 2nd place man in class, of course, is Louis Diaga, Class C. as he is, and that's of course with Yanni Hutzi still leading the class ahead of Paul Beachy Head, the Audi R8 in Class C, who still should be battling it out there with Eric Salamon's Elf. Yeah, they come right now, and the Audi is slowing. The R8 is slowing down, Frankie, luckily for him, right by the pit entrance, but that is his race run. I saw a few puffs of smoke earlier on. I don't think he was having it all his own way today.
Yeah, no, he's had a little bit of problems out there, and he slowed that Audi all the way down as he pulls that car there into a pit lane. So, the leader is still Steve Humble and Clinton Thorne in second, as the leaders cross the start-finish line to start their last lap. Into turn number 1 they go. Out of turn number 1 goes your leader, working his way up towards turn 2, and that is the Opel-powered Mallock of Steve Humble, sitting out there in that first position, working his way out of turn 2 through the kink into turn 3's Interceptor corner, working his way now through Interceptor, as he'll pick up a back marker that's going pretty slow. Is that Eric Salomon? I think it might be Salomon that is picking up there, going into turn number 4 into Malmesbury Sweep. So Byron, as he works his way towards the final sector of Killarney, down the back main, it is Steve Humble that will win this one rather convincingly.
Yeah, it is the flag lap, Frankie, and yeah, so the 10th and last lap. He's basically had a bit of a Saturday drive today. He had pumped up the ante when he had, of course, Francis Carruthers pull beam right behind him, but he's now sailed to victory. Comes out of Pertamina Fastron, will come through underneath the city of Cape Town and Wingfield Bridge to take the first victory for the day for the Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT cars. Eric Salomon comes around. He has been lapped, of course, and he will take 7th position. Yanni Hutzi will take 2nd. There we go. So now Clinton Thorne must have had a moment here, Frankie. We must have missed it.
Now Clinton Thorne took the checkered flag, but he literally just cruised across the line there in his Lotus 7. So Clinton Thorne has finished his race, and coming towards us now, a lap down. That is the 10 car of Henny Trollope in the Lotus 7, and he races out there in Class C. And Steve Humble, lovely win there by him, but Mike Verrier is the next man across the line. And then we have got the pull beam of Francis Carruthers that finishes. Remember, he was leading a couple of laps early on, and then had a problem out there in turn number 4, and rejoined, and he will finish in 4th in class, but 5th overall across the line.
And of course, here's Old Faithful himself. Louis Diaga crosses the line, and he will take 2nd in class, 6th overall. But Frankie, it'll be interesting to see a replay of what happened at turn 4, because we just saw the last bit of that incident where he was parked, of course, the wrong way, Francis Carruthers in that pull beam. So I don't know what happened. He was running 2nd in class. He qualified it on pole and then lost it at the start to, of course, Humble. And Humble taking a very, very popular victory, as he always does. But Yanni Hutzi, what a wonderful drive from this man as well, in the Nissan 200 SX, 2nd overall, and of course the Class C winner.
Yeah, the Jager finishing 2nd in Class C, and Salomon 3rd, and then Henny Trollope in 4th in that class. I did say that Trollope was a lap down, but it was actually a lap down, because Humble and the rest of the guys got past him, and then it was Boyson, and Farnham did not finish. He was there. Well, Boyson didn't finish, neither did Ray Farnham, and Martin Pugh did not start. So that was race number 1 in the Spitfire Furniture Sports and GTs.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to another round at the Power Series here at Killarney International Raceway. I'm here with Gary Smith, and he's going to tell us a little bit more about his car, his class, and why he's here today.
Hi there, everybody. Yeah, it was very, very slippery out there in practice this morning. Front-wheel drive cars had a huge advantage. Shane, my son, he did very well. He came third in qualifying. Mine was ninth, but we were the first two rear-wheel drive cars over the line, so we're not too unhappy with it. It looks like it's going to be a dry track later, so we're looking for a good race today. We're looking for some fun and some points at the end of the day. Nice to see you people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gary. Have a good one. Good morning, everybody. Once again, it is quite early here at Killarney, and I think the qualifying is still undergoing on the track. We've got a bit of a wet track this morning, and I'm here with Natasha from the Bijou class, and she's going to tell us a little bit more about the day.
Well, we hope it's going to be a good day today. The main goal is just to have fun. It was a bit slippery this morning in qualifying, but the track should be drying soon. But yeah, the main of the day is just to go have fun.
And then, is your car a rear wheel car or front drive?
No, it's a front wheel drive. So it's
Struggling a little bit more.
all for me. It's more fun currently, because if something goes wrong, you just put your foot down, give fuel, and there you go. So almost lost it this morning in turn 4. So you just put fuel and you go. So
And was that not slippery for you? Did not feel like you're sliding a bit?
oh, I did. But luckily I caught the car, so all ended well. Car's fine, I'm fine. So yeah.
And do you have a secret ritual that you do before you drive or during the race to keep you sane?
Basically, it's just get your mindset right. Try to keep calm. And as soon as you get on track, just go have fun. Just focus, and yeah, that's the main thing.
I love it. I love it. I love how some people take this as a fun sport and others are so competitive. You can't even record their cars while it's in pit lane because you're giving away trade secrets. And then the final question, why should people come out and watch the racing at Killarney?
Well, firstly, it's a lot of fun to watch. You've got different classes. Of course, you will have different actions. And also, the thing about motorsport, it's one big family event. So besides you coming to watch the cars and having fun, come say hi in the garages. I mean, we're open, come say hi to all the drivers. Yeah, it's just like a family get-together and having a fun day.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thanks.
welcome back to our viewers and our spectators alike. A little bit of a track cleanup took place and some recovery of some broken cars. Next up, the Lauda Classic cars and the Bija Trustees Fine cars, race number 1. So it's the Classics and the Fine cars, and a big shout out to Lauda Investment Cars in Cape Town, Lauda Jaguar as they're commonly known. They are one of my personal sponsors. I have a beautiful Lauda Jaguar jacket, which Clint Lawrence of Lauda proudly gave to me, so I wear it with a lot of pride. But yeah, some interesting racing here today. We have got some fantastic cars out here. I'm having a look out on circuit. Mr. Dave Kopka's out there with the R100. Mr. Franco Donadio with that Mark 1 Escort. Fatty Maton's out there, Andrew Honeywell, Bruce Evan Taplin.
But don't forget the front wheel drive guys. Come on, Francois, you got Conradi out there.
Look, Dion Conradi is a stalwart of Killarney in that conquest. It's still in the original Toyota Motorsport colours, the red and the white. I remember Serge driving a car like probably 20 odd years ago, the good old flatback. There used to be a guy here at Killarney. He was a hero. He had a flatback RSI conquest. A guy by the name of Mark Dakin, and now lives in Canada. My man, Mark Dakin was absolutely, he had a purple conquest like that. It was absolutely a wildfire thing. What he had under the hood there, only he would know. Mark was absolutely a wizard with a Toyota motor.
No, it's beautiful to see some Toyotas out there. I'm a Toyota guy, I've raced Toyota. And, well, I always have a big smile on my face, Francois, when I see all these cars come out because, you know, we're talking about front-engine Porsches here, 944s. We're talking about, you know, the Conradi Conquest over there, that Texaco Ford Sierra as well, reminiscent of the RS 500s, of course, from the British touring car series in the late 80s. Cortinas, Datsun 240Zs. There's that little Morris Minor out there as well, and that's been campaigned there by, of course, Anton Rolino in the Morris 1293 machine, so it's almost 1300 motor.
Have you taken time out to go and look at that motor yet? No, Byron, today I will force you to go and have a look at that car.
No, I'm definitely gonna go out there when I get the moment to run out of the commentary box.
I call it a feat of over-engineering. It's got every little bell and whistle on it. I mean, whoever built that motor, I don't know who built that motor. Some elderly gentleman apparently built that motor when Andrea rode it. It's a marvel of engineering, and everything's been done by hand. So you can imagine being turned out on a lathe, milled, whatever, little pressure meters, it's something to behold. And anyone who's at the circuit at the moment, I honestly challenge them to take a walk into pit lane and go have a look at that Morris, that 1293 Morris. It is absolutely something to behold.
No, definitely. I'll make a plan to get down there into the pit area. I see that Ford Sierra is parked a little bit skew there. Hopefully can get into position. There is Mouton's Alpha Julia, the number 2 Ford Capri coming into position of Herman de Kock. That was towed to the pits earlier on. Also the Chevy DeVille earlier on there of Eric Mouton. So the Mouton's not having a very good time out there. There comes the Capri of Trevor Momberg, yes, there we go.
Going to that Sierra you spoke about, the Texaco, the old British touring car Texaco Ford, that's Jacques Blom. And Jacques is a very avid sort of motoring mechanic. He's got some old Chevy, a 1957 Chevy, which he's now doing up, which is going to be sort of like a rat rod. So I'm looking forward to seeing the outcome of that one. Fatty Maton, there's Eric Maton, Jacques Blom, and then Eric Maton there in the DeVille. He actually reminds me of the guys of yesteryear that used to drive around. Eric Maton in that big Chevy DeVille throws it around with gay abandon around the circuit. So some beautiful cars. Here in the bottom of your screen here, Hutchins Service Centre, Lane Hutchins, in the old VW Motorsport colours. You remember them when Terry Moss and Chris Aberdeen rode the Golfs?
Yeah,
they
John
had
Rowe,
those. John
Round, sorry.
Round, yeah, they had those colours. So yes, you can see the guys are really trying. You get that, they're in picture, the red, the 3-litre S of Jared Thompson, beautifully turned out motor car.
I think our word for the day, Franz, we always have a word of the day, a homage.
It's a homage, it's definitely a homage to motorsport. And the giant killer, Mr. Dion Valentine in the blue Mini.
That Mini did not go out in qualifying earlier on as well. I saw the bonnet was off that Mini, and you can fully see that transversely mounted engine in that machine.
Now, Dion, you're lucky it's not raining because he will run with the Class A cars, so that mini. But he's that man has been around longer than I care to remember. With that, I think that's his 4th mini. He's had a couple of that have been written off and whatever. But he is absolutely a mini aficionado. Dion knows more about minis than you and I know about women, that's for sure.
No, let me tell you one thing. A lot of giant killers in this particular class. There's some 2002 BMWs as well. JB Pretorius, remember he used to campaign one. He's still the chairman of the fine cars and classics section.
Uncle JB unfortunately contracted the ill C, and that has prevented him from racing. Saying thank you to the uncle above that he's looking after Uncle JB. He seems pretty healthy and obviously battling the big C, but he's still around, and he's such an avid motor enthusiast. You can't keep him away. He comes up here, you know, and you can see he's not well, but he's here. He wants to be here, and this is what you get out of a real petrol head. He's the epitome of a real petrol head.
And he does a lot of sharing on Facebook as well. A lot of old pictures from the old days at Killarney, the old Killarney, whether he's sports car racing, whether it be Formula One. He was just so in the mix, in the thick of it. And it's always great when you see JB Pretorius for us downstairs in the hospitality lounge. Despite his health troubles, he's back here. He's always here, and he's here, to come and support those who are racing. Even though I'm sure he's burning to get out in the car himself.
Well, I think if JB is here, dankie dat jy die wedrenne ondersteun. Lekker om jou hier te hê. En ons wens jou alle voorspoed toe met jou gesondheid, en ons is dankbaar dat jy die wedrenne saam met ons kom deel.
Well, they are now behind the safety car. The Renault is taking them around. Anton Rolino will be on the right-hand side in the Ford Escort. The R100 Mazda will be alongside him to his right, to our left on the screen. And what happens is a number of classes here, Francois, so it's going to be through the field, a lot of entertainment.
Right, on the pole sitter there, Franco Donadio in the Mark 1 Escort. Up alongside him, Dave Kopka in the R100 13B rotor, that rotary Mazda. And it's lovely to see Dave back. He's back because, unfortunately, his wife passed, and we all wish him the greatest. But Dave has also been around longer than I care to remember. He had RX2, then he got the R100. He's campaigned the R100 for absolute years. Right, here they come towards the line. And Donadio, the pole sitter, he'll wait for the first light to go off. Comes across the line, the light is off. Second light's off, and away they go. And Charlie Arton, looking up on the inside, sits up behind Donadio. And around the outside, Dave Kopka, Michael Hitchcock there with a big Mustang. Grabs a handful of brakes, goes around, and Charlie Arton doing a little bit of rallycross up on the inside. They hang that 180 left-hander round up the Hubert Straight as the fine cars go there.
Yeah, fine cars get going over here as well, Francois. And down the field for them. I'll pick them all up. I see that MGA there of Chris Champion in there as well. And they get a good clean start through the first turn. But we wait now to see where everybody is going into Interceptor corner now. Leading the way, it's Donadio ahead there of Dave Kopka. Then it is the Mustang of Hitchcock right behind over there as well. Followed very closely, Francois, by that Datsun 240Z of Charlie Arton.
Right up behind him is the Black Widow Porsche of Eric van der Merwe as they roll down. Donadio getting going, but look at Dave Kopka wind up that rotary. It just screams up, and he's pulling up behind Donadio, and he looks up on the inside. Oh man, this is early days, and I think Davey wants to go on the inside. And I can tell you something, Donadio's got a little bit of wizard suspension done by yours truly, my brother-in-law Martin Betzold. So let's see if that works out for him. But look at Dave Kopka wind up that rotor rat as they make their way out of turn number 5 under the City of Cape Town Bridge and up towards the line, side-by-side stuff. Man, is this exciting.
Well, what's behind them, Francois? Michael Hitchcock in the Mustang has been challenged there by Charles Arton when they came through Cape Town corner. Oh, a bit of a wobble there, though, there as well from Kopka, Francois, as they go into turn 1, and Donadio takes the lead right back from him.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Let's have a look at the fine cars as they make their way through. Neil Maton leading out there on the Anton Rolino, and Jock Blom getting in there with the Texaco Ford as they make their way down into turn number 1. And brilliant stuff there from the fine cars. Having a nice squabble out of turn number 1, but we're going to make our way back to the front there. Coming out of turn number 3, Interceptor corner, side-by-side stuff. It's Dave Kopka and Franco Donadio are having an absolute royal scrap of it up into turn number 4. There you see them. Donadio is pressing hard. Kopka says, I am going to wind up the rotor. And I love Wankel. It is absolutely a brilliant designer motor, and that rotary just powers it down, way down into turn number 5. I tell you what, this is what we paid good money for, Byron.
Well, looking down the back straight now, you can see Eric van der Merwe. He is in that Porsche 944. He's now right on the back there of the Charlie Arton 240Z. And this now, of course, he's though battling it out there with Michael Hitchcock. Michael Hitchcock going a little bit wide over there as well. Well, watch now to the leaders coming down to the line. It's going to be Dave Kopke that still holds the lead over the line. You'll see the gap between the two of them will be only 0.6 of a second. And this could actually allow the rest of the field to actually slowly but surely start catching up. Here comes Andrew Honeywell right through now in the 6th position, a 1:23.684 for Dave Kopke, fastest lap of the race.
Well, people that you'd actually like to see a little bit higher up, the likes of Dion Valentine, Dion Conradi, Trevor Momberg, who's way down the pace there, Dr. Jeff Beal as well. But having a look at the fine cars coming out of turn number 5 down the main straight, Neil Mouton and Anton Relina having a royal scrap of it. Blommer's in there. And they're having a lovely scrap. Well, the 202 BM going a little bit slower, so unfortunate, a bit unfortunate about that.
That's Rowe.
Theo Carstens comes through. That's Robert Rowe's car. Theo Carstens coming through in the Skyline. He gets through there. Natasha Tischendorf comes through as well. So nice to see them all out there making their way down into turn number 1. There you see Theo Klaassen in the fine car. That's the 2.8 GTX, or that's a GTX Skyline. That Theo Klaassen, lovely big 6, was my passionate car when I was a youngster. I wanted one of those, either that or an Alpha GTV6.
Well, Eckhard van Reenen also still in this race. He had problems earlier on in qualifying. There was something dragging underneath the car, and a lot of smoke was being generated, but it looks like he was well and truly in this race. It is Natasha Tischendorf in the fine cars class, though, holding off that Porsche 944 of Koenraad Mathieu, 928, excuse me, of Koenraad Mathieu.
I tell you what, Byron, I wish it was dark. When you see that fire-breathing rotorette going to turn 1 and it decelerates and the flame pours out the back. Remember the yesteryears when we had all those RXs running around here? It was beautiful. And it'll have an overcast day and all the flames just pour out the exhaust. Going into turn number 2, it's Dave Kopke, fire-breathing rotorette. And he works his way through. He's going to go past one of the fine cars. That's the Mercedes-Benz that he's going to get past. I tell you what, Franco Donadio must be absolutely frothing at the mouth to know that Dave Kopke is getting away from him.
Wow, let me tell you one thing. That was Roger Lewis. They're now busy lapping at the moment. There goes Eric van der Merwe through there. Of course, Eric Mouton in the big Chevy DeVille will make his way through. And now just looking at it now as well, the classes of Francois Class B leader is currently the 68 of Ferdy Mouton in the Mustang. He is ahead of the number 77 there of Bruce Avan Taplin, currently leading the class of, I don't know, it's the fine cars, but there's yellow flags down in turn 5 per Tamina Fastron there, Francois. That's going to cancel out that area for a passing.
There's a car on the inside of the exit of turn number 5. I can't see it. I think it's the Cortina that's gone in there. I don't know if you'll pick it up on the screen. I doubt it very much. The camera angle doesn't. There it is. There's the Cortina.
All right.
That's the Ford Cortina. We'll try and, what's his name? I'll tell you now. Just give me a second as I go through my pages.
It's Melt Claessens, I think. Melt Claessens. Yeah. Number 85. Unfortunate position over there as well as Roger Lewis makes his way past and Bruce Avan Taplin. But, of course, Kopke leads by 4.8 seconds. Over Franco Donadio. Michael Hitchcock still in the picture. He was battling Royal there again with Charlie Arton. I'll see them as they come around as well. He is still there. Look at how they're sliding out of turn 2 over there. And Eric van der Merwe could smell himself a podium as well.
Eric Mouton with that sectional title blocker flats that he takes around that big Chevy DeVille. I tell you what, that is some serious handling coming out of Eric Mouton. That is a very heavy car. You're looking probably at about 2.5 ton of metal with a big thundering V8 under it as they work their way now up towards turn number 4. The leader's going down the back straight. So there you see the cars coming through. There's Michael Hitchcock. There they come down the back straight. And yellow flag still waving. So there'll be no overtaking in turn number 5. Dave Kopke actually goes past the slow car, so he's not overtaking the competitor. Out of turn number 5 they come. And Dave Kopke in the R100 Rotorette. He's absolutely murdering that machine. Now, unfortunately, Franco Donadio coming up to a bit of slower traffic. They were getting blue flags. Donadio weaves his way past, going up the inside with Natasha Tischendorf. Oh, look at Kopke putting it sideways into turn number 1. How about that? Really brilliant stuff coming out of Dave Kopke. And Frank Donadio is absolutely punishing that 2-litre Escort motor. He's giving it absolute horns as he comes up the UBS straight. He cannot handle the fact that Dave Kopke's ahead of him.
Yeah, Jacques Blom going very slowly there, Francois. A very awkward position to be in when the Hitchcock and Arton came past there. Luckily, they all got through, lapping some more cars at 928 there of the fine cars. They're also getting through on at the moment. At the moment, looks like it's going to be Green that currently leads that particular class. And as we do now have 4 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on.
Yeah, there's some great racing all around. The fine cars having great time. Neil Maton doing fantastically well in the old Alpha, the Alfetta. Yeah, if I get it right, blue flags there, blue lights flashing down in turn number 5. Watch turn number 4. Look at him coming in a big DeVille, putting it sideways there. Eric Maton. Here comes Michael Hitchcock and the boys, and they're giving it absolute hammers with Charlie Arden. Look at it, R100. He's putting it sideways coming out of 5. When last have we seen this at Killarney? Eh?
Oh, it's amazing, Francois. He's got to get past the Morris Minor and the MGB as well, which he has. There is Klaassen and Mouton in that section as well, in the Alpha. But Dave, oh, look at, he's still giving it full beans into there as well. Francois braking late, going through turn 1 and getting away from the traffic. Of course, 6.1 seconds when they cross the line between himself and Dave Donadio.
Well, Donadio going up now towards turn number 2. Yeah, you'll see him coming towards us. There he splits up the middle now. He gets through. He's got the fine cars in front of him. They're in their own race and they're going to get blue flags. A guy like Neil Mouton absolutely disgusted. Why are you waving me a blue flag? I'm leading my class. And suddenly, oops, oh, it's Frank Donadio trying to work his way. Now Donadio gets through. Oh, and getting it a little bit sideways there was Eric Mouton having a massive moment there on screen. Mouton throwing that blocker flats around with Gay Abandoned at the moment.
Well, the big battle, I think, also at the moment now is the Hitchcock, Arton, and Van der Merwe battle. They're coming up to the traffic now here, Francois. So that's going to play a huge factor. They got past the DeVille of Eric Mouton. Now they have likes of a number of cars. At 924, I think, was made easy work of there earlier on of the fine cars. There's blue flags waving. Remember, it's up to the leaders here now to find a way past the back markers. Not like in Formula 1, where the back markers have to give way very quickly.
No, they don't. But the main thing is, yeah, that they just maintain their line. I think that's the main thing. Dave Kopke makes his way down into turn number 1. Fire pouring out of that exhaust as he decelerates. He's having absolute fun. Frank Donadio in the Mark 1 Donadio higher Escort gets through. Then it's Michael Hitchcock in that thunderous V8 67 Mustang Coupe as he rolls down. Hooks it up into turn number 1. Eric Mouton's coming around the outside with that big Chevy DeVille. He's hanging. He's climbing on the brakes to try and slow that 2.5-ton motor car down as he works his way. He sits there alongside Theo Klaassen, and Theo thinks, oh my word, I've got a big 6, but look at this big V8 thunder up past him. And Eric Mouton working his way through. Eric, a very unassuming gentleman if you meet him. He's very quiet and humble, but man, does he pedal that big DeVille around this course.
Oh, there we go. Some nice oversteer there from the DeVille. But, well, he looks to not be having it his own way. I see Klaassen's coming through on him. He's going very slow.
I don't know. I think maybe the brakes have faded. He just pulled off. He's pulled off on the far side. That is an absolute tragedy for Eric Mouton. He was doing so well. He was entertaining us to the fullest, but unfortunately something gone wrong. I'm not sure why. Could be a puncture, could be a brake issue. I don't know. We'll maybe find out a little bit later. I'll take a wander over to the pits and go and find out. But let's have a look at the lead. Dave Kopke has just gone past Trevor Hutchings. Hello, that used to be the Clubman champion about 2 or 3 years ago, and he's just blown past him. This little R100 absolutely blowing.
There's a change of surface flag down for Pertamina Fastron there, Francois, so that's also a factor as well. Probably some oil drop down at that section. Remember, we had a car go off there earlier on and was on the exit, so hopefully that's not going to be too bad there. But of course, Donadio also puts there past the Sirocco of Trevor Hutchings.
They're on their last lap. I'm very happy for a good friend of mine, Mr. Michael Hitchcock, who's riding that 67 Mustang. He had no brakes yesterday afternoon. He had his mechanic under there looking. They probably had an airlock because he had no brakes. He set the floor and then suddenly it bites and floor. Nothing happens. He's doing well. That scrap between him there going into turn 2. Between him, there you go. Between him and Charlie Arton in the 240Z Nissan. Charlie was up at the hill climb with that car. So fantastic stuff to watch that dice going down. And I can tell you something, it's going to emanate into something special.
Well, here we go on the last lap of the race now. Kopke, 7.6 seconds ahead of Donadio. Hitchcock a further almost 4 seconds back, but it's still a little bit of a battle down here. Here comes Donadio down the back straight now. You will look out for where Dave Kopka is. He is in Pertamina Fastron. He's going past Jacques Blom, who luckily kept that Ford Sierra going. At one stage, it looked like he was going to pull off at a particular point. But here comes Dave Kopka now in the Mazda R100, showing us that rotary power is the power as he takes the victory.
I love rotary. Here comes Franco Donadio, dejected as he may be, crosses the line in second place. Ferry Baton ahead there of Charlie Arton, does a wonderful job. Eric van der Merwe comes through in the Link-sponsored car, and then through them, Trevor Hutchings down in 13th finishes the race. Dr. Jeff Beal crosses the line. He's a little bit further up. Jacques Blom finishes. He's down in 23rd. Having a look here comes Theo Claessens and co. So some of the fine cars are coming through. They're about a lap down on the rest. Eric van der Merwe gets through. The next up in the Porsche will be Andrew Honeywell, followed by Ferdy Mouton, who's done exceptionally well in the other Mustang. Ferdy looking brilliant. Here comes Ferdy towards the line. He crosses the line. Ferdy Mouton only started racing that car this year, so he's doing excellently. And then Trevor Momberg crosses in the Ford Capri, the Suburban Spares Ford Capri. Suburban Spares from my childhood down in Ottery. They were there. What's his name now? They crossed the line there now.
Bruce Evan Taplin.
Bruce Evan Taplin, sorry.
Coming
and Jared
the line.
Thompson, and as well as Dion Valentine in the Mini, Lane Hutchins, Natasha Dissendorf, they all crossed the line there. So yeah, great stuff. I think this was a fantastic race. I had fun. I don't know about you.
Oh yeah, you know, it was so fun that the time flew by. It's when you're having fun, things go very quickly, and that was a very, very, very exciting race. Kopka, overall winner and Class A winner ahead of Donadio. Hitchcock, Mouton, of course, of course, that's Eric Mouton, Ferdy Mouton, sorry, that is the winner of Class B. Class C will be Thompson in the Ford Capri. And then a little bit further down, it will be Theo Claessen, who is the fine cars victor today, ahead of Green. It's about 1.5 seconds between the two of them. So lovely racing over here. We move on now to the Pirelli V8 Masters, their first race of the day.
Good morning, everybody. I am standing with the V8 Masterclass at Killarney International Raceway, and I'm here with Barry, who is going to tell us a little bit more about the Pirelli sponsorship for the V8 Masterclass.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Good. Thank you. Well, basically, a couple of years ago, we ran Pirelli on the cars. We've had a couple of developments over the last sort of 12 months where the guys had an opportunity to run on Avon. We're back on Pirelli now. It is a 16-inch tire, a 285-605, what they call a DM, which is a medium compound. We're busy developing what we call a GD3 tire, which the rest of the world race on. And that will be out basically in the next couple of months. And yeah, what a perfect opportunity for Pirelli to get involved with V8 Masters. I mean, there's 19 cars on the grid. There's a lot of ex-South African champions that are racing here. It's very competitive. And we have a 3-year deal. So 3 years going forward. Pirelli will supply the race tyres, obviously at an amortised price, not only for the drivers, but also a nice cash injection into the series, just to ensure the survival of the series. And I mean, in motorsport, any little bit of funding that you can find is always welcomed, you know, because there's always money to be spent somewhere. So we're just as delighted to be involved as what V8 Masters are to have us. So perfect partnership going forward.
And would you say that the Pirelli tyres have made a significant difference so far?
Well, if we go back in the racing, I mean, all tyres are good. We don't slate tyres, you know, it's not professional. But what the Pirelli has given us, it's sort of bunched up the field. So it's got the times a lot closer, which will create for better racing. And I think that's what customers out there and paint people in the public want to see. They want to see action. They want to see overtaking. And yeah, the Pirelli has basically given that opportunity, not only for the experienced drivers, but also the non-experienced to, you know, sort of catch up and bridge the gap.
And on average, what would you say the set of tires cost, or per tire or per set?
Well, what we've done is we've done an amortized deal for the drivers. So these tires theoretically overseas should be, or brought in here, should be around about 7,200 Rand, excluding VAT per tire. So you're looking at about 33 grand, including VAT. We've done a deal with V8 Master guys at 16,000 Rand, including VAT. So not only have we sponsored the series, but we also help the drivers as well.
And then how long does a set of Pirelli tires last on a car?
Well, when we've done the initial testing, we've done up to, I think, 68 laps. So at 68 laps, they're pretty good here at Killarney. Basically, when we get to that point, we like to change them. So it basically gives the guys a race weekend and then 1 or 2 days coming back here and actually practicing, getting a bit of circuit time.
Thank you so much. That is super interesting, and we will be back. I was just saying earlier that it's nice and peaceful here at the moment. Usually when I'm in this garage, there is revving and there's different modifications happening and like just trying to salvage any crashes that are happening. And yeah, the peace and tranquility is really good. Thank you so much.
You need to get yourself some earplugs.
Definitely. Definitely. Thank you.
Cape Town, Johnny from Wingfield Motors here. After 33 years of service to you, we make everything about cars even
Right, folks, here we go with the Pirelli V8 Masters as they roll out onto the circuit. I think this race might have been shortened. I see an official with a board showing the drivers the amount of laps. He's not showing it up to the commentary box, so we don't know exactly how many laps this one has been shortened to. But with the moment we find out, we will let you know.
Well, we'll find out shortly. Bertus, hopefully he can show us the board. Seven laps. Will be a 7-lap race, a 1 lap shorter. Remember, yeah, we have had a few delays here today, Frankie, since this morning as well. We had the qualifying cleanups, and we had a few incidents out in the circuit, a number of cars being recovered, oil being cleaned up, but we're well and truly back again. And of course now at about 35 minutes past 11 o'clock, Fabio Tofani though starts on pole position, a 1/10 of a second faster in qualifying than Sean Moore.
Yeah, Sean Moore will start in second position. The second row will be Mark Ridgway and Barry Ingle. The fourth row, Carl Nell and Roy Campos. Then we will have Warrington and Brooks, followed there by Menno Parsons. And Menno Parsons will be on pole position for the silver class. Then Dennis Gaiduk will be in there in P10. He will be the second driver in the silver category, followed there by Ian Kaplan, Mark Vogt, Stuart Spoon, Alistair Brown, and Sander Le Bon. 15 cars, 18 cars originally entered, and I see we've got only 15 of them, so 3 of them did not make it down to the track today for whatever reason. But still, 15 APV Ford Mustangs V8s out on the Killarney International Raceway. That's going to be pretty awesome. And big thanks to Pirelli Tires. They are now the sponsors of the V8 Master cars. That will be up next.
And also, Frankie, just been fed the information that for the first 2 laps of this race, there's going to be a change of surface flag just in general. So a huge caution there to the 15 V8 APV 347 ISs out there, of course, all based on the Ford Mustang.
Right, so it is Fabio Tofani and Sean Moore that roll onto the front row of the grid. As you have a look on your screens, these beautiful Ford Mustangs rolling down the main straight under the Wingfield Motors and City of Cape Town Bridge to their grid positions. Mark Ridgway pulling there into that 3rd position. Then on his outside is Barry Ingle. Carl Nell is there in that 64. Then the Campos Transport 29, that is Roy Campos. The yellow one, the 77, is Rob Warrington. Then on his outside we have Mike Brooks, that's in the red 16. And then the rest of them just beginning to form up there behind the 16, I should say, of Mike Brooks.
Will be a rolling start. The Renault safety car or pace car, whichever way you want to put it today, will drive off into the distance, and then Fabio Tofani, Sean Moore, Mark Ridgway and the gang will all follow suit around. The Alpha Pizza APV number 1 of Fabio Tofani, the Ziegler 73 of Sean Moore. Here they go off now. Barry Ingle, Carl Nell, Roy Campos, also a man who's been doing a lot of national racing over the years. Those Shelby Can-Ams that I mentioned earlier on, he was one of the top drivers in the Shelby Can-Am class. And remember, these drivers have been around for a number of years, because a lot of them, because they are over 55.
No, 40. It used to be 45. It's been brought to 40.
40.
But
okay.
that's a couple of years ago. Yes.
Yeah. So over the age of 40, you know, you get
40 and older.
40 and older. There we go. And well, you know, you get a lot of newcomers in these classes too. But remember, Paul Newman only really started racing at I think the age of 48 or something like that, and he went well into his 50s and 60s. Competed at Le Mans and competed at Daytona. You name it. Of course, he was very much associated with Datsun in those years as well. But it's always good to see a good gaggle of cars, and 15 of them out there. Menno Parsons, we were speaking about earlier on this, the pole man in the number 69 machine for the silver class, and Dennis Kaduk. The gap between them also about a 1/10 of a second. So we wait for them to come around now. They'll just go through turn 4 at the moment, the Pirelli V8 Masters, making sure now that they've got all the heat into the tires, into the brakes, because they'll be braking hard into turn 1 after the lights go out. And then all hell will break loose for 7 laps as far as these very loud growls are concerned. It's a bit of a calm before the storm now, just a bit of a burble of the V8s coming down the back straight now at the moment. Remember, first 2 laps of this race, a change of surface flag. It is the red and yellow striped flag, which is always used for any fluids or sand or anything on the circuit that makes the tarmac slippery.
Right, they move off up towards us. The safety cars moved off as they make their way towards the City of Cape Town bridge, and now Fabio Tofani will be the man that controls it. Under the bridge they come now. The lights are on, the lights go off, and these 15 Ford Mustangs drop the hammer. The silver and gold classes down into turn number 1. There's major lockups already. Who's all on? They all are making their way out of turn 1. Rob Warrington had a problem with that 77. He also locked up, and he's dropped all the way down to 2/3 to the back end of the field. As a matter of fact, no, he's actually gone up to about halfway through the field. Out of turn 2 they go now. That's Fabio Tofani that's sitting out there in P1. Chasing him down hard is Sean Moore. Then Mark Ridgway is in that 3rd position. Right on his case is a Carl Nell. That is the first 4 cars working their way out of Interceptor Corner. Heading up the hill, the Tygerberg Straight Hill, and leveling it out there in a turn 4. Malmesbury sweep. Now Byron, it's all she has, racing down the back straight towards turn 5, Pertamina Fostron.
Well, let's watch this in the slipstream. We'll go onto the inside. Sean Moore of Fabio Tofani actually swaps to the outside for Pertamina Fostron. We're not going to work over there. Looks like it, and unfortunately coming around there as well. He will keep the lead, Fabio Tofani, from Sean Moore. Mark Ridgway was the man who started in 3rd position. We'll see them as they come around onto the line now underneath the bridge, and the gap between the 2 of them is of course going to be 2/10 of a second. Mark Ridgway still in 3rd, currently holding up the 4th position ahead of Barry Ingle.
Right, so working their way out of turn number 1. Lap number 1 is in the bag. There are 6 more laps to go as they head up the Jabez Straight, making their way towards turn number 2. And it's Fabio Tofani. When he crossed the line, there was nothing between himself and Sean Moore. That is there in that 2nd position. They're opening up a little bit of a gap now to Mark Ridgway. Then Carl Nell, and right on his case is Barry Ingle as they work their way through Interceptor Corner. Roy Campos sits right there on the case of Ingle, so it's Nell, Ingle and Campos, the 3 of them just behind that front 3-4, working their way out of turn 4, Malmesbury.
Well, Dennis Kaduk finds himself in the lead of the silver class race. He jumped Brooks at the start. He's 4/10 of a second ahead of Brooks, with Parsons, the 2nd place man in class, in 9th position at the moment. The man who started on pole position ahead of Rob Warrington over there. Vauger in the 11th position over there. We're in 3rd in class in car number 21.
Yeah, look at that group of cars working its way out of a turn 5 Fostron corner. There's nothing between this whole group of Mustangs. Look at that sight on your television screen at home as a 15 thundering Ford Mustangs blast down Killarney's home straight into turn number 1. Out of turn 1 they go now. The leaders are making their way towards turn 2 into Quarry Corner, and Sean Moore's all over the back end there of Fabio Tofani as they exit turn number 1. Then it's a bit of a gap before we see Rob Warrington that's in a lonely 3rd position. And then Carl Nell has got Barry Ingle as they go into Interceptor Corner. All over him, Carl Nell, Barry Ingle, Roy Campos. The 3 of them are virtually with each other. Now it's Ingle into turn 4. that looks up on the inside there of Carl Nell as they exit turn 4, and while the three of them are fighting with each other, Campos is also in there now. Campos has having a look up on the inside of Carl Nell. It's a lovely, lovely war going down there into Fostron, and then behind them there's another fight there between Dennis Heidik and Menno Parsons, and that is in the silver class.
Yeah, the Barry Ingle and Carl Nell battle, there was full-on contact between them as they crossed the line. Carl Nell, Roy Campos is up now into 5th position. Then Barry Ingle comes through. Dennis Gedik still holding it in there in the lead in class, but a 73, Sean Moore, a 1:16.191, fastest lap of the race for him. Only 900ths of a second as they cross the line, Frankie, and it's a change.
Yeah, as the two leaders work their way out of turn number 2, going through the kink and into turn 3, interceptor corner, you can see there that Sean Moore is now the man that sits out there in P1 with Fabio Tafani in that second position. Tafani now right over the back bumper of Sean Moore as they work their way through turn 4. And Tafani will not like the fact that he's lost that lead there to the 73 of Sean Moore. Here comes the number 1 sitting in P2, Fabio Tafani, having a look up there on the inside as they go into turn 5, Fostron of Moore. They side by side, and it's Tafani that sneaks through ahead there of Moore, but Byron, it's still pretty much game on under the Center Cape Town Bridge, and they are side by side.
Well, they're side by side. The corner advantage will go to Tafani, but I think what happens is they break now for turn 1, 4 holes hook. They will be side by side, but just inching it ahead will be Fabio Tafani, and in second place, Sean Moore, but only 10th of a second between the two of them as they come across.
Right, so they making their way now into turn number 2, into Quarry Corner. And they are leaving the 53 of Mark Ridgway behind, but behind Mark Ridgway going into turn number 2 now, it is Carl Nell that is leading another group of 3 cars. He's got Roy Campos in there behind him, followed there by the 7-0 of Barry Ingle. It's a lovely fight there, and then Byron, there's a lovely train coming out of turn 2, Quarry Corner.
Oh, lovely stuff over there. That's, of course, all in your silver class section, led by Parsons at the moment by about a second from Dennis Gedik. Then we have the 17 of Brown that is down in what is 7th or 9th position, and then Brooks in 10th position ahead of Hoggett and Le Bon. So we have 3 laps left to go, including the one we are currently on at the moment. Here come the leaders now out of the Pertam and the Fastron, past the old bus stop for the bikes. Now 2 laps left to go when they cross the line. He's in the slipstream to Sean Moore. He looks on the inside but hesitates ever so slightly and will keep second for now.
Right, 1:16.191, Sean Moore, car 73 that sits out there in second position. He's the quickest man out there with approaching 1.5 laps to go. The leaders are working hard out of turn number 2, and Fabio Tafani had that thing stepping out of line. He caught that car very neatly indeed. It was looking and searching for the road. It got slightly tail happy there on him in turn number 2, but as they work their way out of turn 3, out of Interceptor Corner, up the Tygerberg Straight into Malmesbury Sweep. There is virtually nothing between Tafani and Moore as they work their way down the back main and they start the final sector heading into turn 5, Fastron.
We have a spinner out of turn 2, Frankie, as well. Luckily, he gets going again. I don't know who that was. It was a dark blue APV, but we'll find out for you shortly. He's on the grass now and luckily has kept it going. So we'll get you a number very shortly over here. Coming around now to complete their penultimate lap of the race, it is going to be our leaders. It is still Fabio Tafani, Sean Moore. They cross the line, 0.3 of a second between them. Sean Moore's not close enough, though, to make any sort of a move on the man ahead of him. As we look now behind, Mark Ridgway crosses the line third. Carl now, Roy Campos 2.4 seconds ahead of Barry Ingle. Here comes Menno Parsons now, who still leads from Dennis Gedik. But Dennis Gedik has now been passed by Alistair Brown and is now pressuring for that place back.
It was Spooner that had a problem out there in exit of turn number 2, and he's back on track again, busy working his way around. But yes, the 2 leaders have now got less than a half a lap to go as they work their way through turn number 4. Out of turn 4 they come. You'll see them now going down the back straight. There they go. And it is Fabio Tafani, P1, from Sean Moore, P2. That's your 2 front runners. Heading down the back straight towards turn 5, Fostron corner. In 3rd position, it's a lonely Mark Ridgway. And then Carl Nell and Roy Campos is having a lovely fight going down into turn number 5, Fostron. But the checkered flag is out, and Fabio Tafani will bring the 1 car home in P1. The 73 of Sean Moore will finish in that 2nd position. The 53 of Mark Ridgway in P3. Then it's Carl Nell just across the line, Byron, of Roy Campos.
Yeah, Barry Ingle comes through in 6th position. Now we have the leader, Menno Parsons, of the silver group of cars, silver class car, and then Alistair Brown, who got ahead of Dennis Kaduk. That will be 8th and 9th. Of course, Alistair Brown is 8th position, 7th in class. Dennis Kaduk is the 9th place man in the whole scheme of things, but 2nd in class. Mark Fugay in the number 21 machine, 10th position. Sander Lebon 11th, and then Ian Kaplan in 12th position. Mike Brooks falling down in 13th over there as well. I think Stuart Spooner is still coming to the line. Here he comes right now. He had that spin on the exit of the turn 2 section, and Mike Brooks looks like he will not be finishing this race, unfortunately. So 14 finishers in all for the first of the Pirelli V8 Masters race 1.
And then also trouble out there for Rob Warrington. He going into turn number 1, lap 1, turn 1, there was a lot of cars that locked up, and he was out there in that 77 car, and as you see, 4 laps down, which basically is then therefore a DNF for him. And he had trouble out there. So his troubles started right in the beginning of the race. Lap 1, turn 1, Holzhoek, where he had issues, and then it just went downhill sadly there for him. But hopefully whatever the problem might be, they will get that 77 Ford Mustang sorted out for the 2nd race. We'll be with you shortly. Well, I did say earlier on I wasn't too sure Warrington. Well, he did finish 4 laps down. There is your answer. Warrington right up in the wall there in turn 3 in Interceptor corner. But as I said, his problems did start right from the get-go when there was problems out there with the lockups, and he seemed to recover. He dropped down to mid-pack by the time they went into turn 2. And that 77 car right up against the tire barrier there. So yes, obviously a lot worse than what I thought. We initially never picked it up on the commentary because we were watching the racing and there was lots of tight racing out there. But the 77 of Warrington right up against the wall, and let's hope that it's not that bad, that Rob and his crew can get that car sorted out for the 2nd race.
Right, folks, while we got a break, just considering that the City of Cape Town sponsors Killarney International Raceway, for you those that haven't done it yet, the census, the 2022 census, it's online and everyone's got a cell phone. Complete the census. I believe only 70% of registered households have completed it, so it means only half of Cape Town has completed it. So if you haven't done the census, we've got extension till the 31st of May. So I suggest get counted, do the census, and it means a lot of money for the province. There's a lot of things that emanate from that, so please, as I say, complete the census. I've done it. It takes you about 5-6 minutes on your cell phone. It's pretty quick and very easy. It just asks you a couple of simple questions. How old are you? How old are the people in the household? How many kids? Between what and what do you earn? Between what brackets do you earn? Is your house owned or rented? Things like that. Just simple questions. It gives the government an idea of what's going on in the city. So if you can, and to the viewers that are online with us as well, complete the census. It means a lot to the city. So a plea from the City of Cape Town, from Gordon Hill Lewis, and from the Premier as well, to complete it. So if you've got time, make some time, maybe tomorrow, quietly when you wake up, just hop on your cell phone, complete the census in your laptop or whatever, and let's be counted. Apparently Western Cape is behind on the rest of the country. The rest of the country is almost complete, but good old Sleepy Hollow, Cape Town is 'n bietjie agter. So vir diegene wat dit nog gedoen het nie, asseblief op julle selfone voltooi die census aanlyn. As ek sê, dit vat tussen 5 en 6 minute. En kom ons hou Kaapstad bo soos altyd en doen dit. Then another thing, we've had a spate of break-ins here at Killarney. If anyone's got any information pertaining to those break-ins, come forward to the Western Province Motor Club and give them a little bit of insight. Things have been stolen and valuable, cost the folk a lot of money, insurance claims, etc. It's not very nice to hear, so they try their utmost to look after their properties, their bomas, etc. around Killarney. And if you have any information or you know of anything, come forward and help us out. So yeah, otherwise it looks like a nice day. I sincerely hope everyone around the circuit is having fun. Big shout out to our sponsor, Wingfield Motors, and best price on my car, Johnny Wingfield as we know him. To the City of Cape Town for being on board. Great to have them there. And to all our other site sponsors, Interceptor Corner, Patamila Fastron, Port Strait, etc. Great to have you on board. And I have a look there in the karting circuit. All the karters are busy practicing quite avidly. At the end of this month, on the last Saturday of this month, we've got karting, we've got short circuit, we've got drags. Everything is happening at Killarney. You're going to pay 80 Rand just to get in to see 4 different events. There's rallycross as well. So pull in, come have some fun. One of my other sponsors, DTM Helderberg, Wayne Wilson and Stacey Wilson, they'll be doing rallycross that day. I unfortunately won't be there. I'll be summoned to karting because I'll be doing the 4th regional for the Western Province Karting Club, where I see the Angry Racing karting academy is at full steam at the karting circuit. If you want to get your lighties into racing, get them down to the karting circuit. Go speak to Tim Bishop or to the BAMs or even to young Tate Bishop when he's there, and maybe Jason could see her. Get your youngsters into karting. It's an expensive sport, but it's a great way to get your youngster into motor racing. Whether it's a boy or a girl, whether you're black or white, whether you're Catholic or Protestant, it doesn't matter. You can come and race. And it's absolutely brilliant, brilliant, brilliant entertainment. Keeps the kids off the street, gives them something to aspire to, and it's a lot of fun. So the Angry Racing Academy is there. There's also the Rotax Racing. You can go speak to the likes of Ernest and company, and you will have some lots of fun there. Right, so next up, the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge, as well, what do we call them? The young guns all make to the circuit, and I know my co-commentator Frank Yennis is chomping at the bit. He can't wait to get his voice over here because he just loves his GTI Challenge. Frankie, welcome on board, brother.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, it is awesome stuff. The Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge. And some bad news from the pit area, and let me just have a look on track to confirm that. And yes, and that is that Charles Visser blew a motor in the qualifying stint this morning, and he runs the 57 Polo in Class A, so he is out of this one. Otherwise everybody else seems to be there. Jano van der Westhuizen also had a problem out there this morning in qualifying. I don't think we're going to see him out there in this race, hopefully in the second one. So that's a little bit of news from the GTI Challenge pit area in Class A. I've received no news from the drivers in classes B and C, unless, Francois, you've got some information regarding them.
I don't have anything in Class B and C, but however, a big shout out to MP Suspension, Martin Petzold and my son Jared Butler. Class A, the majority of them are riding on Olean's suspension, which is going to make them a fraction quicker. So expect some serious dicing in Class A, Frank.
Yes, quite right. Jan van der Westhuizen was mentioning a while ago that he was waiting for shocks from Martin Petzold. This was about 2 weeks ago, one evening during the week, he mentioned that to me. So yeah, Martin Petzold is now not just for the bikers, but he's doing the shocks for the GTI Challenge drivers, specifically the Class A cars.
Yuri Swart, Marco Bussi, Nathan Victor, Colin Meader, and Dylan Ube all have Olean's front and rear suspension. So a big shout out. And let me tell you something, Frankie. I was privileged to be in the workshop when they turned those things out on the lathe and built them. They are absolute feats of engineering. It's
I can imagine.
It's Olean's, and they have what they call offset brackets, which had to be turned out on the lathe. And well, let me tell you something. I watched that being done. So if ever you want suspension, racing suspension,
yeah,
MP Suspension's the place to go. Martin Petzold is the doctor, as we know him, and you can pop down to him and go and have a look.
Right, so Summit Racing, Umpi Swart, Yuri Swart Jr. puts the 39 there on pole position. Then the Automan Fitment Center Polo of Marco Bussi in there as well in that second position. Nathan Victor representing Summit Racing as well as there on the second row in P4. P3 is open, and I can only presume that would have been Charles Visser. It would have been out there. Colin Meader is there, so was a Kai van Sale, and then Dylan Jabir as well. And they had gearbox issues, and I'm led to believe that they have got somebody else's gearbox in that car. Yes, Jason Kutsia's gearbox is in that car, so a big shout out and a big thanks there to Jason Kutsia and John and the entire Jason Kutsia team. Then Francois on pole position in Class B is Tate Bishop, and on his outside there is Carl Walsher.
Well, let me tell you something. One of my favorite South African carters, Tate Bishop from Angry Racing. He's in that Jetta. Watch out for him. He might want to go and mix it up with Class A. Yeah, alongside him, the Wiltshire boys. Say nothing about the Wiltshires, they're just as quick.
Yeah, and then that second row there, I see it's Eden Thompson, and from this side it looks like it's Ian Cup that is there on that second row in Class B.
Spoke to Eden yesterday. He said it's all hell breaks loose. He says he's actually getting a little bit wound up about all the bumping and the barging in Class B. But you know what? That's the nature of racing. Rubbing is racing, so it comes with the territory. Class C, Chase Herald, John Henry Vaughan, Seth van der Nabile, Dylan van Eerden. I think it's going to be a major scrap in C as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a dogfight out there in Class C. That's the Brat Pack of GTI Challenge Class C. But don't throw away the Class A boys, because a lot of these drivers campaign in the Comcare National Polar Cup Series as well. So the lights go off and the Class A cars are on their way. Lovely start there, side by side, heading down into turn one. Marco Bussi on the outside, Yuri Swart on the inside. They're side by side, and the whole shot will go to Marco Bussi on the exit of turn one. Francois, as the Class B cars leave the line.
Class B, Tate Bishop gets the whole shot there. Carl Walsher right up behind him now as they roll around and coming through there as they come out of into Uber Straight.
Oh, Class C off the line. Then it is Chasey Herald, and Seth van der Biele has gone up into second place. He's got his nose ahead there of John Henry Vaughan. That is there in that third position as they exit turn number one. So already Henry Vaughan, John has lost the position, and Seth has moved up a position into second place, just behind Class C leader Chasey Herald.
Right, so there you have it. All three classes have gone off, and Marco Bussi leads out down the back straight ahead there of Yuri Swart. Nathan Victor ahead of Colin Meader, and then the rest of the field make their way down. It's Looking there, Dylan Hubert, who's ahead there of Kai van Sail. So that's Class A. Class B, already Tate Bishop starting to stretch the lead, but up behind him, it's a little bit of a good squabble going down there into turn 5.
Yeah, that is awesome fight there in Class B going down into turn 5, but here comes Class C. Down the back straight they go, and it is Johnny Vaughan that's in that third position. He's coming under attack there from the 55 car. And that is Dylan van Eden. That's all over him. But that Class B fight that's making its way into turn number 1, that's the one that we're going to look at this point in time. And it is Tate Bishop that leads there. And in second position, we'll have a look now who's in that second position. That should be Eden Thompson. It is Eden Thompson in second, followed there by Carl Walsher in third. Ian Cuppers in that fourth position. And that's us 4 cars heading into turn 2 in Class B.
Well, on screen there for the viewers now, you saw that Class B battle going on. But here come your Class A. Marco Bussi leading out Yuri Swart, going up towards turn number 4. Third place there, it looks like it's going to be Nathan Victor, followed there by Colin Meader Jr., then Dylan Hubert and Kai van Sail. That's your Class A leaders. We keep the camera there down the back straight as the Class A cars work their way down towards turn number 5. That's Batamina Fostron corner, and you can see they're getting a little bit strung out.
Yeah, Class C is working its way now through turn number 3, through Interceptor corner, and that Brat Pack is being led there by Chasey Herald. Chasey Herald making his way into turn number 4. Not too far behind him is Seth van der Biele. Right on his case is John Henry Vaughan as they exit turn number 4. Behind John Henry Vaughan, we've got the 3-0 coming through, and that is Matthew Rowe, and he's got his nose ahead there of the 55 of Van Eden, but there is yellow flags down there in turn 5 Fostron.
Right, the Class B battle making their way down towards turn number 1. It's Tate Bishop going defensive there with Eden Thompson all over him there on the outside, looking like a cheap suit. Up behind Eden Thompson, it's going to be Glitter that sits there behind him. No, it's Ian Cup. Ian Cup sits up there behind him. Ian Cup in that blue, and we've got black and pink Golf. He works out. The front three are breaking away. They've got away from Mark Thompson and Kluter, so they make their way through there. They're coming out of turn number 2 now, making their way down towards there. You see them on screen going down towards turn number 3. That is Tate Bishop and Eden Thompson as they work their way now into Interceptor corner.
Right, the Class A cars are busy making their way down that back straight. It's a lovely fight there for first and second. Down the back main they go into turn number 5. And it's all about Umpi Swart and Marco Bussi. There's a lock up there, the Summit Racing cars all over the back of the Automan Fitment Center car. It is Bussi that's been crowded there by Umpi Swart as the two of them make their way under the Wingfield Motors and City of Cape Town Bridge down into turn number 1. There's oh, look at Umpi Swart diving around behind the back of Bussi. They side by side, rubbing as racing, going into turn number 1. They are leaning on each other as they exit turn number 1, and it is Yuri Umpi Swart that gets his nose up front as they race up Francois towards turn 2 quarry.
Yeah, and Dylan Hubert also working his way up now. It looks like he's up behind Colin Meader. He's got past Kai van Sail, so great stuff there as he works his way through. Now Class B going down into turn number 1, coming out of turn number 1. It's Tate Bishop. He's ahead there of Eden Thompson. They are having an Ian Cups joining the party. This is a wonderful scrap. Here they come up towards turn number 2. Keep an eye on the screen there now. Eden Thompson goes wide, looks for a switchback on Tate Bishop, but Tate Bishop's a wily old South African karting champion. He holds tight on the line, keeps that Jetta there as they work their way through. Ian Cup tries to close in as they go through the kink down towards turn number 3. Interceptor corner. We watch them come down. There's Eden trying to go, and you see how Tate Bishop squares that car up and makes it as wide as possible. Now Eden looking to drag him up. Look at Tate trying to keep the line closed. He's trying to keep Eden behind him. He knows Eden's got a bit of power, and Tate Bishop in the angry Jetta is fighting for his breakfast.
While the Class C cars are making their way through turn number 3 Interceptor corner, and it's a runaway at this point in time by Chase Herald, but there are 4 cars out there for second, third, fourth and fifth in Class C as they head into turn number 4 into Malmesbury Sweep. Down the back straight they go now. The leader in Class C is Chase Herald. Second is John Henry Vaughan. Third is Seth van der Biele. Then it is Matthew Rowe. And Van Eden is in there as well as they make their way down into turn 5. That is Dylan Van Eden, and that is a lovely scrap for 2, 3, 4 and 5 in Class C, working down into turn 5 fast on.
Going down into turn number 1. It's a wonderful scrap there in Class B between Tate Bishop, Eden Thompson and Ian Cup. They are literally nose to tail. You can cover them with a blanket. They're so close as they work their way now up towards, there you see on screen, up towards turn number 2, Quarry Corner. And now once again Eden Thompson goes a little bit wide to creep back there at Tate Bishop, but Tate holds tight and keeps hold sway over P1 as he comes out. He knows what the racing line. Eden now squeezes his nose in there. Will Tate let him through? Tate dives across the King down towards Interceptor Corner as the people are on their feet at the stands. The racing is as close as it can get here in GTI Challenge.
Well, if you have a look, I've got to go back to Class C. It's a lovely fight for second, third, and well, we've lost. Somebody's just gone off there, because all of a sudden that fight for second and third and fourth and fifth position in that class has blown itself wide open, and they were all together going into turn number 1, so that ripped itself apart. It is still going down into turn number 4. Chase Herald that sits out there in P1 with John Henry Vaughan in that second position and Seth van der Biele there in third, but that one has blown itself wide apart, Francois. But going into turn number 2 is the leaders, Class A, going into turn number 2, and Marco Busi is all over the back end there of the IMUSAT Polo as they make their way through the kink and race down towards turn 3, Interceptor Corner.
Yeah, Yuri Swart and Marco Busi, they might run, but they're two utter gentlemen on the track. They're very aggressive in terms of competition, but they give each other the space to operate in. There they go through, goes Kai van Sale. I'm not picking up where's Dylan Hubert. I didn't see Dylan Hubert's car. There he comes through there now. So then the rest of the Class A cars work their way through. Nathan Victor and Kai van Sale. Colin Media Jr. sits there in third place, so he's doing fantastically well. And they work their way now down towards turn number 5, Patamina Fastron. They roll into turn 5. There you see in picture, they're coming into turn 5, passing 1 or 2 of the slow markers. There's your leaders coming out. Yuri Swart, Marco Busi working their way towards the line. When they cross the line, they'll start their final lap.
Down into turn 4 in Class B. First, second and third. What a rumble there in Class B as they go down the back straight. We should see them soon coming out. Down the back lane they go. There's nothing between the 3 of them. There's nothing between the 3 of them going down the back straight. As we have a look to there, hopefully we'll pick them up on screen pretty soon. Working their way through into turn 5. Tate Bishop has been absolutely hounded there by Eden Thompson and by Ian Cup. They are all over each other, the 3 of them, as they head under the City of Cape Town Bridge to start another lap. Here they come, they are nose to tail. It is Thompson from Bishop, from Cup, 1, 2 and 3 in Class B. Francois diving down into turn 1, Holzhoek.
Watch Tate Bishop as he goes wide. He'll try and go around the outside of Eden Thompson to get that inside line, but Eden's going to dive across his bow. He keeps him out of it. A brilliant Class B battle here coming out of Eden Thompson. Tate Bishop and Ian Cup. Ian loses a little bit of touch with him now. Let's see, what does Tate do? Tate's used to riding a cart. He'll throw it around with Gay Abandon and make sure he works his way through. Eden Thompson's got his number though. He goes defensive.
Yeah, that's a lovely, lovely scrap there. Where are the Class C cars? The Class C cars are busy heading out of turn number 1. And it is Chase Herald that's way down the road there from John Henry Vaughan and Seth van der Biele that is there in that second and third positions.
Right, coming to the flag now, your leader, Yuri Swart Jr., head there of Marco Busi. A great race. We wait for the rest of the field to get Colin Meader, Dylan Hubert in B4. He crosses the line. Next up will be Kai van Sale, and Kai will be followed there by Nathan Victor as they cross the line. What a Class A battle. Bring the Class B's home, Frankie.
Right, that Class B fight is working its way down into turn 5, into Fastron. That first, second and third in Class B on the final lap. Working their way towards the checkered flag. Here they come down towards us. There's nothing between the 3 of them, and it's going to be Eden Thompson. Eden Thompson, Tate Bishop, and Ian Cup, 1, 2 and 3 across the line. First, second, third in Class B.
The Class C battle, we wait for them. Chase Herald leads out. He's coming out at turn number 5 now and works his way up towards the line. Chase Herald has got a lovely lead ahead there of some of the Class B cars as he makes his way towards the line. He's got an excellent lead. He crosses the line now. And then we wait for this little dice here. And up on the inside, this is going to go down towards the line. John Henry Vaughan and Seth van den Abele over the line. Henry Vaughan just pips him by a bumper. And Seth van den Abele's car looking a little bit worse for wear as he crosses the line. The back bumper flailing there on the tarmac as the rest of them come home.
Yeah, Dylan van Eden was the next man in there, and then it should be Jade Lynch. It is Jade Lynch of Table Bay Roadworthy Centre that finishes there in Class C. But in Class A, it's all about Umpiswat, Marco Busi, Colin Meader, Dylan Jabir, Kai van Sale, and Nathan Victor. In Class B, it was Eden Thompson from Tate Bishop, from Ian Cup, Carl Walsher, Grant Kluter, Mark Thompson, and then it was Stephen Vermaak ahead there of Wayne Field. And of course, Class C was won by Tracy Herald from John Henry Vaughan, Seth van der Abele, and they were the first three across the line. And wow, some magic stuff out there by these guys. And then it was Dylan van Eden from Jade Lynch. Lovely, lovely stuff out there for the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge race number 1.
Broken again, so what's happening?
I don't know, actually the clutch, the gearbox broke, so they're busy fixing it now. But yeah, we're hoping for a good little dice between myself and Shane, and I hope it's a crowd pleaser.
Yeah, let's hope so, yeah.
I also want to know, like, backstory behind it, like, what's happening in your class at the moment, like, who's top runner, what are you guys expecting of the day in total, and, like, what's happening?
So currently, Clubman's Class A doesn't have much competitors. So Shane has won the last 2 races, and he's currently the top runner. So hopefully today we'll have a good dice, and maybe I can knock him off.
Hectic. Yeah. If the car is ready. And then why should people come to Killarney? Like, why should they be here and not just watch the live stream?
I mean, I think every person that loves motorsport needs to be here. I mean, it's totally different to being here, the sound, seeing the cars on the track to against the live stream. I mean, it's just so much more intense. It's just better to watch.
Yeah, I get adrenaline and goosebumps every time I hear the sounds on the track. And then sponsors, who do you want to thank today?
I personally want to thank Willie from Skilpad Wine Farm. I mean, without him, I wouldn't have been here. And he's definitely helped us a lot this year, and for the last years that we've been with him. So hopefully we can continue forming a strong bond.
I'd actually like to thank Salman Francis from Francis Performance for pulling an all-nighter on my motor last night, and obviously my pit crew and the class sponsors, Thermo Fires, Cool Touch Racing, VW Auto Clinic, just all of them, and thank you for making it happen.
Cool, thank you guys.
How's it, everybody? My name's Andrew Limberg. I'm racing today in the Powersport 650 and 300 class. I've been asked to do a short interview on what it's like. You know, I can comfortably say it's some of the best bang for buck racing around. We run on Bridgestone tires, which are significantly cheaper than the rest. It's a control tire in the class. The bikes are heavily restricted in terms of suspension, so it's just to keep the class as cheap as possible. So if anybody wanted to get into racing, I can highly recommend the class. The bikes are really cheap to buy, really cheap to build, and really cheap to maintain, unlike, you know, unfortunately, the bigger, faster bikes. And for me today, this is my first proper outing on the bike. I've just given it a lovely paint job. And today wasn't as successful. I had a front brake line burst going into turn 3, but I managed to stay upright. So yeah, today I just want to get around safely, have fun with my friends. Nobody to beat except myself today. But yeah, the only sponsor I would like to thank is my wife. She for allowing me to spend my own money. And otherwise, I just hope everybody has a good day. And if you want to come and check it out, come and chat to the guys here. Everyone's awesome. You know, it's such a welcoming group of people. Everybody's just here to have fun. There's no animosity amongst the guys. So really, ask us questions. We're happy to answer. And by all means, come and have a look. Come and give it a try.
Got the likes there of Slade van Niekerk, young Tristan Pinault's out there. That's going to be good. We've got Lance Jonas, Jason Lineker, Ryan Coetzee, Stavro Michael, Andre Calvert, 99, Julian Lowe, and Andrew Liebenberg. We've got a newcomer, Minky and Glovo. I want to wish Minky and Glovo a lot of success today. Minky comes out of the Project 60 team, and well, he's a stuntman, so he's got no fear. He's a South African film stuntman. He's very popular. He's been in a lot of movies and series on our televisions. So we wish Minky all the success that he can have here today. Good to have him back. Then the 300 class, the likes of Nicholas Hutchings, Mitch Robinson, my son Jared Butler's out there. There's a whole array of bikers. Abigail Boston, Piriel, Abdul Asak, Raymond Alexander, Braden Hutchings, Adrian Solomon. All out there. They're going to be having a lovely scrap of it. And, oh, this weather is looking ominous, Byron. I'm getting nervous. I don't know about you.
There's that chill in the air as well there, Francois. But going on to a few things, Francois. And, you know, looking at the youngsters and even some of the older guys coming up from the short circuit. That always intrigues me as well, because a lot of your riders, are their first time they are on this main circuit. And it can be quite daunting. Here's a quick look at the schedule for the day. Of course, the Bridgestone Super Twin Cup and Super Sport motorcycles, of course the 650s and 300s coming out now. Then the South Superbike Challenge and the Masters, the Strada Technology Clubman's Classic and Breakfast Run motorcycles will be out as well. The last race before the lunch break, and here we go now.
Right, here we go. So the Super Twin Cup and the Super Sport 300s hit the circuit, and they will make their way around, warm-up lap up onto the start-finish line, and we're going to get some racing underway. Byron, this wind is cold. I'm feeling moisture in the wind, and I'm hoping that it's going to stay for just this race. I actually don't worry about this, just this race. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, no, fingers crossed here, I think, from everybody. I don't think you can hold any biker and rider back, of course, because they'll go out in any sort of weather, but I'm sure they will appreciate a dry track for now. The wind has come up quite a bit. But now we are on our warm-up lap here for their first of their two races. I speak under correction. I see we're going to be doing a full 8-lap race over here. I know we've been shortening some of the races.
No. Let's. Frankie pointed it out to me early on. I always thought it was 10. The bikes are 8. The V8 Masters are 8. GTI Challenge was 8. Clubman's is 8. But the Sports and GT are 10, and the Classics are 9. So there we go. That's how it runs down. So I'm just giving everyone a bit of insight so they don't understand why is the race shortened. That is how they pan out for the day. That's how they normally race. It's only at Nationals that we get 10 and 15 and 12 lappers. So yeah, that's the way it works. And the bikers now making their way around the circuit, working their way towards the start-finish line.
Yeah, no, so Slade van Niekerk will be the man sitting on a pole position. Project 6060, Kawasaki ER650. And I didn't see the times of your Jason Lineker lining up alongside him with Tristan Pinault as well over there as well on the KTM, or the KTM pole, rather the Kawasaki ER650 himself. So a number of quackers always up at the sharp end of the field. If you look through it over there, there's a handful, Suzuki or two in there. That's Suzuki being taken around by Lance Jonas, who always puts in a lovely little performance on a Saturday afternoon. Once a month.
Well, there's a lot of bikes out there. There's a lot of competition in this class. Only because I'm very near to it, and I hear, there's the Superbike Challenge as well. There's Clubman's and Breakfast Run. We'll talk about them when they come up. But in this class, it's growing. It's growing in leaps and bounds. Every time we come here, there's 1 or 2 new riders. It's becoming very popular. It's a very simple class to race. You look at a Super Twin Cup 650, 40 grand, you got a race bike. Bang. And there's 300s. You can pick up second-hand 300s also for 40, 45 grand. So you got yourself a race bike. Could have kit, obviously. That's begs the point. But there's a lot of healthy competition in this class, and that's what we want from the riders. You know, I was actually chatting to one or two of the guys last night, and I said, the only way to make bike racing competitive, leave the motor alone. You can do the suspension, you can have a quick shifter, you can do a slipper clutch, and you can have a fueling module. That's it. Then go racing. So everyone's on even keel. That's the way you should be riding. Then you see the riders come to the fore. But when you get to this checkbook racing of modifying bikes and all that, it tends to sort of break up the whole spirit of the event. So this is a class that where I'm saying what goes. They've even got a weight limit in the Super Twin Cup. So if you're too light, you're going to add weight to your bike. It's, you know, it's getting there. It's bringing the rider out. And you have a look at likes of Slade, Finicek, Tristan Pina. These youngsters, they only weigh about 2.5 pounds each. So they get away quickly because they can ride a motorbike.
Well, that's actually, it's very vital in this particular formula of bike racing, Francois, because remember, a lot of these guys will be going onto the national scene, will be showing what they can do, and you need to be a damn good rider to take on the national guys. And it all is about developing rider skill on the seats over there as well.
Well, look at the age difference, the age gap here. You've got the likes of young Tristan Pina, who's only 15 years old. And you got the likes of Peter Hill, who's 64 years old. So anybody can race this category. You've got no excuse. You can come and join and come race. If you're competitive and you feel like you want to have a bit of fun, by all means, come race Super Twin Cup or Super Sport 300s. It's a lot of fun.
Well, Slade will be looking back behind him. He shouldn't be worrying too much about that because he wants to focus it forward, crossed arms, waiting for the start, of course. The butterflies all in the stomach of all the guys. They just want to get going, watching those 5 red lights go out. And, well, the likes of Lineker and Pinal. Front row. We are ready to go, Francois.
Right, we wait for the main official there, John Green. He's going to chuck up the 5-second board. He's watching the timers. They go through 2-minute, 1-minute boards at the quickest minutes of your life. Watch that 5-second board. There's the 5-second board. We wait for the lights. The lights are on. They're off and we're racing and away they go. Down towards it's going to be Tristan Pina who runs around the outside of Slade Finicek as they make their way down. Slade looking up on the inside. Slade holds up on the inside. Tristan Pina lies there in second.
Oh, he's down.
Slade is down. He's down big time. The bike tumbles in the dirt. And that is the greasiness. There's already a bit of moisture in the air. So that goes to say Tristan Pina has got going around his outside there is going to be Jason Lineker. Lineker takes the lead. Up in the 300s, they work their way now into turn number 2. It's getting a bit greasy out there. I think there's a bit of moisture there. That's going to put pay to a couple of people's chances as they work their way through. The leaders now into Fast Round Corner and making their way up Tigerberg Straight. There you see them come up Tigerberg Straight. Tristan Pina leading out. I thought it was Jason Lineker. Lineker has the front end with Tristan Pina up behind him. I think Lance Jonas lies there in P3 as they make their way out of turn number 4 down the back straight. Jason Lineker, Tristan Pina, Lance Jonas looking pretty hot shot there. Andre Calvert lying in 5. I'll check. He's probably Ryan Coetzee ahead of Andre Calvert as they make their way down to Patamina Foster on turn number 5.
Yeah, the temperature is dropping here, Francois, as well. So what happens is tire temperatures going down, like you're saying, getting a bit of moisture in the air. And this is the big surprise over here. Slade Finicek, the man who started on pole position on the Quacker, out of the race. But Jason Lineker leads the way for now. In the slipstream, though, is going to be Tristan Pina. Tristan Pina will be almost alongside him as Lance Jonas also hangs in there as well, at 0.6 of a second back. Andre Calvert crosses the line, and then it's the 32 of Ryan Coetzee. Nicholas Lutching up in 6th position. Stavro Michel on the Suzuki, the 650 in 7th position. Just looking at the classes over there as well, Lutching is the man currently leading the 300 Supersport class there, Francois, 2.2 seconds ahead of Stavro.
Yeah, there's a lot of dices going on. Dices are plenty now as they're working their way through. Having a look at Jared. He goes to the outside of Brad Hutchins. They're into Quarry Corner. As you see the 650s on screen going down into turn number 3. We're going to hold on there. They're the leaders now on the 650s. Hold on 3. Watch there for the 300s. There comes the whole brat pack of 300s working their way through up behind Stavro Michael. So all working their way through. The likes there of Adrian Solomon, Minkin Lovers in between them, Brad Hutchins, Jared Butler, Raven Alexander and Peter Hill all having a right royal scrap as they make their way up towards turn number 4. Have a look at that there on screen. Absolutely nothing in it as they work their way down the back straight out of turn number 4.
Yeah, the trading sector times up there as well. Fast from Lineker in sector 1. Then you would have from Pina, so in sector 2. Actually from Lance Jonas, 24.4 in sector 2. And now the real chilliness is coming as the cloud cover comes overboard. And what happens is 93 goes fastest lap. That is Lineker, 121.998. And he finds himself only a tenth of a second off or ahead of Pinar, who's still hanging in there. Lance Jonas doing a mighty job over there as well. These conditions could actually suit Lance Jonas.
Yeah, Lance Jonas, the seasoned veteran. Jason Lineker posting the fastest lap. Jared Butler crosses the line. He's standing up trying to break the onward draft into that northwester as the riders make their way all down into turn number 1. They're all the bikers going into turn 1, back up towards turn number 2. Up the Uber straight they go. This is the Power Sport 300. And or the Super Sport 300, apologies, and everyone having a right royal battle out there. Brilliant stuff coming from all the riders.
Well, 6 laps left to go, including the one they're currently on. A few guys actually broadsiding as they come through the turns. Turn 2, of course, as well. Looking at it there, Hutchings still leads it away in the 300 class. Solomon, the man in 9th position overall, will be number 4, in second in class, and then ahead of Butler, 3rd in class at the moment, ahead of the other Hutchings, 1.3 seconds though, and then Alexander a further 0.6 of a second back in 14th position, bike number 11.
Well, not because my son, I mean, watching Jared Butler, he's working overtime. He's standing up trying to kill the draft going down the back straight as he works his way down towards turn number 5. He's gaining on his teammate Minky Glover on the 650. He's using him as a bit of a shuttle to work his way down towards the corners. There we saw on screen. Now they go down into turn number 5. They're hurtling down there. I've got Dave Abrams with me. He's our press. He's got his mouth full of cake. But he would tell you that it's not an easy condition out here. With this little bit of moisture in there, it's going to get a little bit greasy. And fortunately, the tyres are. Dave, you've swallowed and choked and all the rest. Dave, you've been out here in these conditions. It's hell to play.
The track gets a bit greasy and the tyres let go very suddenly because the tyre temperature goes down quite considerably with the colder track. It is difficult to judge, and it's not surprising that Slade overdid it. Very sad for him, but very understandable as well.
Yeah, I've also had the fortunate to race here, and when it is that greasy, especially going high speed down into turn 5, you've got to brake a little bit earlier and you've got to take a different line.
Another surprise that people don't make allowance for is that when the temperature's low like this and there's a fair amount of moisture in the air, your engine actually produces a little bit more power because there's more oxygen in the air available to the engine. So not only do you have less grip than you expect, you're also going a little bit faster than you thought you were.
Yeah, great. Dave, thanks for that update. Lovely to have Dave on board. He's an old motorcycle aficionado. Right, let's get see. So Jason Lineker is still leading out over Tristan Pinar and Lance Jonas and Andre Calvert. Calvert up to 4. I gave a little bit of a pep talk to Andre earlier today. Let's go down. Nicholas Hutchings leading out 6 overall, leading out in the 300s. Adrian Solomon second. Jared Butler followed by Braden Hutchings. Abigail Boston's got ahead of Raymond Alexander. That is great. Mitch Robertson down in 16th, followed by Peter Hill and the new guy Donaji as well.
As we're saying that, though, fast lap times are being put in by Jason Lineker. Once again, purple over the last lap, 1:21.253 by Jason Lineker. But he's still only holding it 0.2 of a second ahead of Pinar at the moment. 2.1 seconds back. Jonas hangs in there as well. And, of course, then he's about 6.2 seconds ahead of Andre Calvert. Kutsier rounding off that top 5 over there as well. As he comes in the Kawasaki, the only Suzuki, and then, of course, is Lance Jonas. Then we only have Hutchings on the number 72 bike, 14 seconds back of the class Super Twin Cup of Kutsier, but holding his own in 6th position ahead of Liebenberg. And of course, he's on the KTM 390, is Hutchings.
Newcomer, 888, Minky Glover sits there just ahead of Jared Butler as they go down towards Interceptor corner. He's on that green Kawasaki 650. First time out. And he's 11th, he's mid-pack. I tell you what, for a newcomer, that is brilliant.
Well, Tristan Pinar has just put in the fastest lap time, Francois, and he has now cut that gap from 0.2 of a second to 56 thousandths of a second between himself and Jason Lineker. This is hotting up quite a bit now. Watch them as they come around. Tristan Pinar actually leads as they go into turn 2.
Having a look at the on-screen, you can see the moisture in the air. Coming out at turn number 2, Tristan Pinar, Jason Lineker working their way down towards Interceptor corner. It's a dogfight between these two riders. They're at 10 tenths, and I tell you what, it's sketchy underfoot for these riders as they make their way there out Interceptor corner. up towards turn number 4, and Linika's having a look. Linika has a look, but Pienaar says, I'm having none of it. You stay where you are. Look at that, nose to tail stuff. There's third place man, Lance Jonas. They work their way now down the back straight, down towards turn number 5, and you watch them hurtle their way down here. And look at the surface on the screen. The picture tells you 1,000 words. There's a little bit of moisture there. It's like the mother's making them.
These two are going to have to be very careful there, France, where they're pushing each other incredibly hard over here. But one small little mistake, one little bit of moisture, too much moisture under a front wheel or so like that, even a rear wheel, it could send it all into tears. Photographers getting some great photographs there as well. They come to the line. The number 93 leads of Lineker. It was 50 thousandths of a second. It is now only 4 thousandths of a second as they cross the line. It is back into the lead now. Tristan Pienaar. Every single corner almost, it's changing. They go onto the Joubert straight. They've left the rest of the field behind them. Jonas is in third position still. Calvert in fourth. And Kutsia is still holding up fifth position. Hutchings, of course, leads the 300 Supersport class ahead of Solomon. Butler in third, doing a magnificent job. Of course, Ndlovu, we're going back to the 600s. He's currently in 11th on that 888 bike, only 4/10 of a second off of the 41 of Lowe.
Yeah, no, so Jared losing a little bit of traction there now, lost a bit of touch. He was behind Minking Glover, he's lost off, and Mitch Robinson is closing up on the back of him. And Jared won't be too happy about that. He doesn't want it. 3 seconds behind him is Mitch. Mitch closing up quite dramatically. So Jared's got his work cut out. He's going to have to try and get a bit quicker as he works his way down towards turn number 1. And he stands up on the bike to try and draft the bike down towards turn number 1. Brilliant stuff there from the riders. It's very exciting. Looking all around the circuit, there's all these little dices taking place.
No, there is wonderful to see Francois in these very interesting conditions. But Lineker still was leading the last time, or actually it was Pienaar that was leading for a short while. And to see if that actually was taken back. Abdul Isak, man, not taking further part in this race on the KTM. We spoke about him a lot in the Killarney Festival of Speed. But only 1 lap left to go now, Francois. Still a 1:28.77 by the number 50, Tristan Pienaar.
Yeah, they work their way now. So the leaders now making their way. There's on the final lap, from what I can understand. So they'll be making their way towards the flag. Lots of dices happening, plenty out there. Tristan Pienaar leading over Lineker and Jonas. Calvin in 4. Ryan Kutsia 5. Nicholas Hutchings on the first of the 390s lies in P6 ahead there of Andrew Liebenberg. Adrian Solomon ahead there on his second in the 300 class. Stavro Michael. Willem Lowe and Minky and Glover. Then Jared has got Mitch Robinson crowning his back tyre. So that little battle is going on now. And well, the flag is going to come out pretty shortly for your leaders. And we'll watch them come towards the line. They've 1 lap to go. So they're on their final lap. So everything happening out there.
Well, wait, let's see now where our leaders are. They should be coming down into Pert Tamina Castron. What a ding-dong battle this has been. And, well, few of the tail-end bikes coming through now, so that shouldn't bother anybody. But to the line now, it is going to be the number 50 of Pienaar that just edges Lineker over the line by 95 thousandths of a second. Jonas should be coming shortly. There we go, 7.753 seconds back on the Suzuki. And then Andre Calvert's fourth.
Right, so now we're going to wait for the 300 race. The leaders down the 300. And Nicholas Hutchings making his way down towards turn number 5 as he goes down the back straight. So Nicholas Hutchings now going into turn number 5. He's leading by an absolute country mile. What he's got in that little 390, I don't know, but he's absolutely pedaling. So not sure what's going on there. So they can work their way through. And the rest of the field follows suit. Up behind him will be, the next man will be Adrian Solomon. And there's a lovely scrap down towards turn number 5. Jared Butler and Mitch Robinson are embroiled in a bit of a battle. Butler right up the back end of Robinson. He's going to try and be late on the brakes and go inside Robinson. Mitch is keeping him through. This one's going to go down to the wire as we look for the leader, Nicholas Hutchings. He'll cross the line. Nicholas leads out. And then it's Adrian Solomon. A couple of the 650s coming through. But Mitch Robinson gets the upper hand on Jared. Jared will be dejected. He doesn't get the third place. That 400 Kawasaki of Mitch Robinson is just frighteningly quick. I do not know what he's got in that bike because he absolutely burns away and comes from the back and cleans up. I mean, Mitch is a good rider, but that 400 just closes up on everything. I'm not sure what's in that bike.
Well, Minky and Ndlovu 10th position on the number 888 bike, the Kawasaki Ninja 650. And of course he beats out Stavro Michael by over 3 seconds, 3.7 seconds. Robinson then off of that 1.8 seconds, third in class ahead of Jared Butler, but by only 0.6 of a second, as Mitch Robinson, as Francois was pointing out there, on the 390 Kawasaki, and ahead of the Supersport category contemporary, the number 69 of Jared Butler. Braden Hutchings, Abigail Bosson, and then of course the 16th of Alexander, 16th place of Alexander, and Hill in the on the number 6 bike in 17th position. Donaji taking up that last of the running positions.
Hi, my name is Stavro Michel, and welcome to Killarney. Today, I started racing when I was about 15, and it was about 1970, and Killarney on the short circuit. And about 2-3 years ago, some friends of mine decided to get me back on the track, and here we are on my 650, racing in the 600 class in power sport, having absolute fun. Between myself and Peter Hill, we're the 2 oldest guys on the track at 66, and we're still racing and getting good points as well. Having a lot of fun. It's a great class. I think about 24 of us today. It's going to be a lot of fun, very competitive. And we have, but bottom line is, that's not about the place. It's about having fun on the track and staying up and not down.
How's it? I'm Michael Hunter, number 37. I'm racing my ZX6R in the 600s class. Yeah, just trying to go faster than I've been. Honestly, I've been struggling for the last year, but I think I'm back on pace, and maybe today I might go a little bit faster than I have gone before. I'm trying to hang on to Kieran Snyman. He's also riding a 600 today. I'm going to try hang on to him for a few laps and see if he can pull me into some lekker lap times. But other than that, you know, just having fun racing. I want to thank Micro Oil for giving me some really good oil powering my bike, keeping it going, and LLG Properties for keeping me on the bike, and Mad Max for giving me time off of work to come and practice and ride and race and whatever. And yeah.
Welcome return for young Kieran Snyman, who's back on a CBR 600. Trust Kieran, he likes to amble around the circuit. Quickest man out there at the moment, Malcolm Rapson has pole position, alongside him Trevor Westman, Jock Ackerman and Michael De Toy sit on the second row. Quinton Ebden and Robbie Craig, 2 Masters, sit there on the third row. So things looking very good. And we'll give you the rest of the lineup. We're just waiting. Kieran Snyman down 18th on the 600. It's an old 600. Fourth row, JP Frederick on the R1 Yamaha, Wayne Aronson on the ZX10R, alongside him, behind him, Sean McCrill on the ZX10R as well. Jonathan Schwerin out there also on a ZX10R. This is going to be a real humding of a race, I can assure you. We're going to have some real crackerjack action. It's an 8-lap race. It's going to be 8 laps of mayhem. And Ronald Slamet down in 12th position. Now, Ronald Slamet is not going to hang around in 12th position. He's an ex-Western Province, 5 times Western Province Superbike champion. So keep an eye on him. Ronald Slamet recently up at Swartkorps won the ZX10 Cup. There were 28 entrants in that race, and he came out on top ahead there of Trevor Westman.
Yeah, the man from Namibia, but he's now well and truly a proud Cape Townian. Well, just a shout out to Hooligans Motorcycle Club, Michael de Toy. Michael de Toy, we thank you and very proud to have you guys here to come and support us.
Well, the Hooligans are also with me at Pirelli Radio Control Car Club, so a couple of them hang out there as well. So to my friends from Pirelli Radio Control Club, the Hooligan boys, welkom broers. Ek hoop julle het julle koeldrank saamgebring.
Lovely stuff. Of course, motorsport comes in all shapes and forms, and RC car racing definitely we count as full-on motorsport. And well, Michael de Toy, going back to him over there, the number 7 bike, the Yamaha R1, 4th position out on the grid. Of course, the first of the second row. But the South Superbikes, Superbike Challenge, also the Masters for Superbikes at the 600 class. Well and truly up, and of course they're doing their warm-up lap at the moment. And they'll also have an 8-lap race.
Yeah, they've got a board here, 8-lap. They usually have a 10-lap race. Remember we spoke about this a little bit earlier, about the races. They usually have 10 laps. They're having 8 laps. I think we're running just a fraction late, so for the viewers as well. So we just, and also weather permitting. I don't know. Tiny, thanks for leaving, because I see the rain blew over. Very nice of you to come back. You're allowed to come back now, so it's fine.
It's a pleasure, thank you.
Tiny getting a bit of... Michael de Toy runs up there on the second row. Next, alongside him there, Jacques Ackerman. JP Frederick there on the GR Tax R1 sits there. Michael Hunter's there on the 600 Kawasaki. Here comes Robert Craig. He's still got the Sunbet from the ZX10 Masters. He's from Mad Max Kawasaki. There, Malcolm Rapson on the Suzuki S1000R. He sits there on pole position. Quinny Ebden on the printed Milu Yamaha R1M sits there in the number 17 on the second row. Trevor Westman, the Wayward Project 60 motorcycle, rolls up there into P number 2. They're getting their start boards now. We're going to wait for lights. John Green holds the 5-second board. The 1-minute board comes out. It's the shortest minute of your life, because when the board goes back, John Green will wait there for Andre Grewe to grab the timing light. 5-second board is up. We're looking at the lights. Lights are on. And bang, we go racing. Trevor Westman on a back wheel there. Sits up there behind Malcolm Rapson. Rapson gets a whole shot down there. Now, this is where the nerves are on edge. They're all going into turn number 1. It's greasy stuff out there. They're all holding up. Q and Stayman around some of their thousands. Keep an eye on that little 600. Q and Stayman holds the all-time lap record for 600s here at Killarney. A 1 minute 12.16 as he goes up. And there he is, right up behind the thousands as they roll into turn number 2. Some of the bikes getting a little bit, but look at Stayman. He's mixing it up with the thousands on a CBR 600 from yesteryear, and he's having a ball. Out front, Malcolm Rapson leads out there out of Interceptor corner with Trevor Westman right up behind him.
Quinton Ebden, I think he got a jump start off the line there, Francois, number 17. I saw it was a hell of a jump start, a head start there by quite a way. Could be a penalty down the line.
Not Quinton Ebden's weekend. He had his Bowman broken into. Now he gets a jump start. What else must he do wrong? Friday the 13th is really spelling him bad. But yeah, they got it on the back straight. Ronald Stammert already up into P5 as he works his way through. And Q and Stammert on the 600 is not too far off the thousands. He's going to eat them up in the corners.
Well, yeah, they come around now. Whoa, look at that brave photographer. Anybody watching on the screens over here, very close to that corner over there. I'm glad I'm not him, but yeah, they come now to the line, crossing the line. Trevor Westman leads 1:17.34. Of course, they only get quicker and quicker after this. The second lap that we now have gone on. Of course, 7 racing laps left to go. Lap 1, sorry, and now we're going to go quicker from the first flyer laps. 3.3 seconds between Westman and Slammert. Slammert in the blink of an eye just went from nowhere to second.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't like to butter up anybody, but keep an eye on Q and Snowman. He's mixing it up with the thousands. If I'm not mistaken, he's sitting pretty close there to Quinton Ebden. He's carving his way on a 600. They only beat him on power in the straights, but in the twiddly bits, he carves him up. Watch him here, coming to turn number 3. That's the number 19 cycle there of Q and Snowman, mixing it up with the thousands. He's ahead of about 6,000 cc's already, and he's on a CBR 600. He is absolutely murdering that cycle. Keep an eye on him. Young lad, local boy from Boedezig here in Cape Town. And I tell you something, he is peddling that 600.
Well, looking at the classes, Westman leads at the moment the Superbike class. Craig leads the Masters section of the Superbike, and then of course the Superbike Challenge. Michael de Toy, nice and truly up there as well. Michael de Toy doing a wonderful job. Always indeed the 600 Sneeman, Kieran Sneeman, as Francois has been pointing out, currently 8th position, 8/10 of a second ahead of Van Necker. But what happens is he is of course leading that particular 600 class. Ronald Slammett, you can see there, 1:13.221, Francois.
I think there's a problem with Malcolm Rapson's timer that they're showing Westman leading, because Rapson's actually leading out. The timing shows that Westman's leading. I think the timing module of Malcolm Rapson has gone, because Rapson's still clearly leading the race there. Ronald Slammett has come from the back of the pack, coming to 3rd, and well, we're going to try and pick up Kieran Snyman's in about 8th position. So he's right there, he's behind Michael de Toy. And Michael sees a 600 go past him. He's not going to be a happy camper. That much I can tell you.
Well, Rapson has returned to the timing screens there. They heard your cries or your prayers. He's there, 7/10 of a second ahead of Westman. Westman's in second. My apologies. I said Westman was in the lead, but Rapson leads. And he leads the Masters section as well, ahead of Craig, who's second in class. Westman leads his class, the Superbike class, and he's second ahead of Slammer, 2.9 seconds to be exact. Look a little bit further down. Ackerman, currently in 5th position. 1.3 seconds behind Craig. Then it is JP Friedrich on his Yamaha that is now in 6th position ahead of the moment, ahead of Quinton Ebden. Remember, of course, he had that jump start earlier on and could have himself a penalty of time added to his complete race time. De Toy still leads on the Superbike Challenge class.
Right, Dave Abrams, our press secretary here at Killarney, is telling me, Dave, you watching this? We keep an eye on Kieran Snyman, on that age-old CBR 600. He's right up behind the likes there of Quinton Ebden.
This man holds the 600cc lap record for this circuit on a Yamaha R6. He's blindingly fast on a 600 class machine. And if anybody today is going to spring a surprise, it's this man. Keep an eye on Kieran Snyman.
Dave, wouldn't you say that Killarney is suited to a 600?
Yes, it is. Killarney is tight and it's bumpy. So the 600 machines, which can be set up with slightly softer suspension due to the fact that they don't have quite as much power going through the back tire, can in fact have a slight advantage. But there's no way you can talk down the fact that the liter class bikes have got a huge power advantage. Whether or not they can use it in these conditions is dubious.
Yeah, I know it's still treacherous conditions out there. Not that it's wet or anything, but it's a little bit greasy. There's a bit of moisture in the air. Malcolm Rapson still leading out. He crosses the line. He's followed by Trevor Westman. Not too far behind him. Ronald Slammett, the Red Baron, ex-Western Province Superbike champion, comes through. Let's keep an eye on the rest of the riders now as they come through. Next up is Robert Craig, Jacques Ackerman, JP Frederick. Then Quinton Ebden, right up behind Quinton Ebden on the 600. There he sits, Kieran Snyman leading out the 600 class.
Well, 4 laps left to go, including the one now currently on there. Just started the lap, Rapson and Co. 2.2 seconds ahead of Trevor Westman at this time. A 1:13.172, the fastest lap of the race so far by Malcolm Rapson. And, well, that's a top 7 in the class, are all in the Superbike class. Friedrich is now only 5/10 of a second, half a second ahead of Quinton Ebden. So Quinton Ebden has been chipping away at it, but it's going to be 95 thousandths between Ackerman and Friedrich at the moment. That could be the battle to watch at the moment here, Francois, as Snyman still leads the 600 class. Second in the 600 class is the number 37 of Hunter. Adams is in 15th position. He's 3rd place in the 600s. And then Jamie Hall, number 65. He, of course, is the 4th of the 600s.
Massive scrap coming out of turn number 5. Ronald Slammett and Trevor Westman are at it. Ding dong. Westman leads it, but Slammett has got also by just blows by Westman. Slammett's got beautiful power coming past and makes his way down towards turn number 1, takes up 2nd place. Ronald Slammett is on some fine form coming out of the ZX10 Masters Cup up at Swartkorps and already up there now. We've got 3 laps to go. Can he reel Rapson in? He's pulling away from Westman. Westman's got absolutely no retort as they're going to Quarry Corner. Yeah, you can see. There we go. There goes Ronald Slammett and then Trevor Westman. So Slammett is flying. He's come from way back, reeled in the likes of Westman, and now he's going in search of Rapson, and he's got 2.5 laps to do it.
Well, Wayne Orense also having a bit of a go this today in the Superbike Challenge class. He currently is the number 33 bike in 17th position. If I count now, he's 5th position in that class at the moment, at 1.8 seconds ahead of the 84 of Brad Bodsworth, the Honda CBR 1000. So the Quacker just ahead of that over there as well. He'll be 2.5 seconds behind Jamie Hall at the moment on bike number 65. But like Francois said, 3 laps left to go, and they're counting these laps off very quickly indeed. A 1:13.925, a little bit more modest, quite a bit more modest from Malcolm Rapson on the last lap. Almost 4 seconds between the two of them. Rapson crosses the line now to start what will be his penultimate lap.
Yeah, so Malcolm Rapson on the T1000R Suzuki, or the S1000R, sorry, leads out, and he's riding like Dave just whispered in my ear here now. Brilliant stuff here, and 5-way scrap there. JP Frederick reading a massive scrap there. Watch it coming into turn number 2. Let's see if the camera can just hold on to turn number 2 there for us. They're coming out of turn number 1 up towards turn number 2. It's a massive battle. JP Frederick reading out on Robert Craig. It looks like it could be trying to pick up there, trying to see who it is, but there's a massive Kewen's in there. He's going up on the inside of Ebden. Ebden just gasses the R1 around there to get away from Kewen, but Kewen's been hanging on to those thousands. Absolutely awesome ride out of this young man. Let's face it, he's just special.
Well, Bodsworth has had a lap being put on him now. Orenser will be likewise, as he is only 1.9 seconds up the road. The flag, is it being readied at the moment? No, not yet. It is still the penultimate lap. Once Rapson crosses that line, the fastest accountant on 2 wheels, that we've always called him, almost 5 seconds ahead of Ronald Slammert. Once he crosses that line on the Suzuki, there's 1 more lap left to go.
The fastest accountant, go figure, sorry. Malcolm Rapson into turn number 1. Works his way out of 1, makes his way up the Hubert straight towards turn number 2. Ronald Slammert second, Westman in third, but Westman's going slow. And he's been reeled in by his friend and neighbor JP Frederick on the R1 Yamaha. So there could be something wrong with Westman's bike. I think he just wants to nurse it towards the finish line. He's not going 10-10s, that's for sure, because JP Frederick has really been in here on the final lap. Trevor's going to have to try and just keep it ahead, but you can see that JP Frederick is pushing hard, and now Westman gives the bike a little bit of a hint of acceleration. Coming up there we go, into turn number 4. Down in 3 is that big scrap coming out of 3 up towards turn number 4. Keep the camera on 4, you'll watch them come out there. There, you'll watch them come into picture pretty. There they go. There's Westman, there's JP Frederick up behind him now, make their way down the back straight. There's the rest of that field there, working their way through. And it's the final lap. I think it's checkered flag time, indeed it is. Race number 1, Superbikes, goes to Malcolm Rapson. Rapson crosses the line. Next up will be the Red Baron, Ronald Slammert. And wait for the rest of the field. They're all coming out at turn number 5 now. Has Westman done enough to stay ahead of Frederick, or has Frederick got past him? No, JP Frederick ahead there of Trevor Westman. Then it's Quentin Ebden, Robert Craig, Jock Ackerman, and Kewen Snyman, first of the 600s.
Ebden actually got Craig on the back straight there, Francois. I think I saw it earlier on. He just pips Craig by 0.2 of a second across. Ebden will be in 5th position, but remember, he might have time added on for that jump start.
Well, we'll have to see. We'll pick it up. We'll get the final results on our phones later. We will communicate it to the viewers and the crowds alike. But what a spectacular race. Dave, did you enjoy it as much as I did?
Absolutely. As a long-time biker, watching the bike racing for me is the pinnacle of being at Killarney. See these guys, some of whom I've known for 20 years. Racecraft is absolutely amazing. To talk about Malcolm Rapson for a moment, he's possibly not the fastest rider out there, and that Suzuki of his is not the fastest bike out there. But in these conditions on this day, he was the best rider for the conditions. And he won by 5 seconds, which tells you a lot.
Yeah, no, spectacular stuff. Ronald Slammert coming from way behind. I think Trevor might have had a little bit of an issue with nursing it. JP Frederick got past him. JP has also come to the party of late.
JP is suddenly on form after many years as a power sport champion. I think he won it 3 or 4 times in a row. He's now joined the big leagues, moved up to the Premier League, and doing very well indeed. He was battling the first couple of times he was out there on 1,000, which is not surprising. The jump from 65 horsepower to 200 horsepower is a very large leap indeed. It's a very steep learning curve. But he's now got the bike sorted out, he's got himself sorted out, and he's on form and pushing very hard. But I was surprised to see him get past Trevor Westman, who's a difficult man to pass under any circumstances. and I'm going to go and ask him if there's anything wrong with the bike, because it looks as if he was having an issue.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't going 10 tenths. I mean, I know what that bike can do, and he definitely wasn't giving it full tilt. So maybe a braking issue or something to that extent, that he just thought, well, I'll nurse it to the end. I'm not going to be silly about it. It is a little bit tricky underfoot here.
The conditions are treacherous. I think if Trevor has a braking or a tyre issue, he did very well to dial it down just one notch and bring the bike home safely.
Fantastic. Thanks, Dave. He's our press secretary, Dave Abrams. He writes all our articles for us on Facebook or the rest. He is the communication officer of the Western Province Motor Club. So you always see written by Dave Abrams. That was Dave Abrams, the voice of Killarney, almost, I would say. Eh? He's been around longer than I care to remember. Well done, Dave. Thanks, Dave. Right, guys, next up is Straighter Tech Clubman's classic and breakfast run motorcycles. Well, in here lies a couple of surprises as well. My good friend Mr. Nigel Everts has decided to acquire himself a GSXR 750 or 600, sorry, my apologies, 600, GSXR 600. He's at the back of the field. He's got to get used to it. He says, my brew, this bike are fast. I said to him, Nige, ride it like a 390. No, you don't understand. It's fast and it's heavy and it's very quick. I said, no, I get it, Nigel, but have fun. So Nigel Evans moving up also into a bigger league now. He's running with the Breakfast Club guys. But yeah, he's going to have fun.
That being said, Francois, a lot of these guys coming up are, guys who've never really raced before, maybe some on the short circuit as well. Coming up from that short circuit and up to a powerful machine, it must be something daunting just to come on, for the first time onto the main circuit, coming in here and playing with some of the guys that have been doing this for over 30 years.
Well, I remember back in the day, I rode an MB100 on the short circuit, and then I climbed onto a, what was it those days, a GPZ 550N fuel injected bike. I was scared silly, to say the least, when I got on that bike, and it took me a long time to get onto pace, and the guys just blow past, they lap you because you just don't understand the power. And any ride bike will tell you he's scared of power when he gets it. You got to learn to adjust to it. You got to learn to respect it. You got to learn how to use it. So it's important. But yeah, it's nice, and it's nice to see, like you said, the guys progress from short circuit up to there. Some of the guys are street bikers, breakfast clubbers. We know they come now. They do the track school. They get a lot of coaching. In our days, we never had that. We had to work our way through. I think the likes now of Donnie Maruzzo, I spoke to now, bless his soul, his late brother Francois, who passed away recently, and heartfelt condolences go to Donnie. Francois was another one. They came from Sandrift, they got on a bike, they were naughty boys in their road. But you can see today, Donnie Maruzzo can give him a wheelbarrow and he's going to beat you. So it's years and years of experience and working your way through.
No, if you go through the calendar I always pick up that you have the various bike school days, and I know another chap years ago who raced at Killarney, who no longer lives in South Africa, Tony Sparg, used to also run a bike school as well. So I think what happens is it's good to see that, not only for the track but also for the road as well. A lot of guys who ride on the road, it can be quite heavy out there as well, and just to do the bike etiquette, you could basically say, the finer skills as far as riding motorcycles are concerned.
And today, if you look at today's motorcycle riders, something that the guys take very seriously is diet and fitness. These are club riders. You can't run the Saturday, they have fun. But these guys are at the pinnacle of fitness. They ride bicycles. I think of the like guy like John Baptiste Rakapo, who's a cyclist who rides 100 Ks on a weekend for the fun. 100 Ks is from here to Paul and back. It is not fun. Let me tell you, not on a bicycle. I've had the privilege of doing 3 August races when I was still down in school days. It's fair, it's fair, and it takes a lot. And you're going up Suikerbos and you're crying and I can't make it. But it happens. So yes, these guys take their fitness seriously. Like David McFadden, who's in Europe now with Brett Roberts and co. Another one, he just cycles and he's lean and nutrition and everything. I look at Jared. Jared every night does morning exercises and stuff. He works hard. He's on his feet all day. They're constantly moving. These boys take things quite seriously. A guy like Trevor Westman, constantly fit, riding bicycles, doing all that. You can name your Malcolm Rapson runs marathons, for heaven's sake. These guys are at the peak of their fitness level. And Malcolm is 50 years old and he's running marathons and riding superbikes. Hello, you see the commitment. See where I'm coming from.
Yeah, and you also get it as well, Franz. I've heard about this over the years, and it can possibly go into motorcycle racing, and of course with karting, for example. You get guys over here 10 years old in Europe and have a masseuse traveling with them, they have a dietitian traveling with them, and you know, forget about even mentioning how much equipment they have as well, but they get homeschooled. So basically the whole eat, sleep and drink motorsport, and you can see with your young Red Bull rookies coming up through the ranks as well.
Well, we've got a young Red Bull rookie, Rushan Moodley is down there. It's not a Rushan, he's a youngster, I'm trying to think of his name now. Rushan Moodley. Rusha is in the Red Bull Rookies Cup. He's came 7th in his last race. He's flying a South African flag, and I wish him all the best. I hope he makes the Red Bull Rookies, and we might see another South African in MotoGP.
It'll be lovely, you know, to join the Binders, but yeah, it just shows you how much the sport has progressed from the days when Barry Sheen could take his helmet off and take a drag of a cigarette over there and, you know, win 2 world championships for Suzuki.
Right, so the Breakfast Club, the Stratotech Clubman's Classic and Breakfast Run Cycles on the line. Donovan Stevens there on the Diesel Zone Suzuki 1000. He's got Paul alongside him as Nick Ben on the GSXR 1000. Nico Fenter, he's on P3. He's on the R1. So they're all out there having a lot of fun. And this is going to be some good racing. I don't think we're going to have problems. It's an 8-lap race. So once again, we're going to wait for this, and I think Byron, you can take them off the line for a change.
Well, my pleasure, Francois. Of course, we have a good little field out there. I can say this one's going to be a 7-lap race. I think I just see, oh no, it's 8 laps. Sorry, they are with my trying to read hieroglyphics over here. But yeah, so what happens is we have 8 laps, and we are ready for the lights to go out, and away we go for the start of this race. And wow, look at that great start over there. Donovan Stevens taking them all off into turn 1 into Holzhoek. Be nice and clean through there. Remember, a lot of junior bikers, if you can call them junior, a number of them will have those big or those fluorescent bibs on, and you'll be able to see that they are the rookies. But don't hold them back one bit as we now filter into turn 2.
Well, Nick Ben gets past Donovan Stevens. Donovan grabs the front of a handful of brakes, and he actually does a stoppie going into turn 2, and he keeps it together. My word, who the heck is he? I've never seen that, but he manages to keep it together. I think he just grabbed too much handful there. So they work their way now out of Interceptor Corner up towards turn number 4. There you see them going through turn number 3. The leaders going into turn 4. There they are. It's Nick Ben that looks like it's leading out. They make their way down the back straight. It's a bit far to see. We'll pick him up as they come down the back straight. Yep, it's Donovan Stevens. Donovan Stevens. It's Nick Ben that grabbed a handful as they work their way down the back straight, down towards turn number 5.
Well, into Per Tamina Fastron, they are the top bunch, of course, all the Clubman's motorcycle class, to be followed by the gaggle of classics. And well, I do see Donnie Moritz.
Donnie Moritz is out there on the pre-sling. He's doing this for his brother Francois. So keep an eye on Donnie van Killarney. He's out there. I'm going to try and pick him up. Here he comes up over the line. Donnie Moritz on the pre-sling is about 8th or 9th position. So he works his way down towards turn number 4. If I know Donnie, he's going for gold.
No, there's nothing else that you can actually expect from Donnie Moritz. Donnie van Killarney, as you say, doing it for France, but still leading at the moment. Donovan Stevens ahead of Nico Fenter. Wayne Gress is going to be under pressure now, and that's into turn 2 now as they come around out there. And that, of course, will be a whole gaggle of McFadden, Norman McFadden. Hendricks Moritz will be most certainly up already. He's currently in the Classic Superbike class.
Yeah, great to have Norman McFadden. He's the father of David McFadden and the late Mark McFadden, who was also one of our great riders here. But Norman, just having a bit of fun. He's on David's championship winning 600 that he's riding. So that's about a 8 or 9 year old 600. But still, it's that man leading out front, Donovan Stevens. And he's got a whole gaggle of bikers. And Norman's in there as well. Norman having a bit of fun as well. So lots happening out there. And we're trying to pick up on Donnie. I missed Donnie, but he should be in that front pack as they work their way out of turn number 5.
Just talking about Norman there, Francois, isn't he technically retired? Because basically it was David McFadden, his own son, who came from motocross and basically put it ahead of his father on lap time and said, okay, you're racing from now on, but it's always good to see him back on the seat as well.
No, well, Norman works on the rigs in Nigeria. So he's here on a little bit of holidays. They thought, what's going on here? Let me open the bike and go ride it. He's standing in the garage. He prepped to put new tyres on and he's riding. So he's having a bit of fun out there. Nigel Everts has worked his way up to 19th position. Norman McFadden's in 4th on a 600 in this class. Donnie Maritz is one of the quickest out there. He's going up to 6th position. Donnie's working his way through the field. Donovan Stevens leads up from Nico Fender and Willem Bindel. So lots happening out there.
Yeah, Nico Fender also putting some fast sector times in there as well. It's a 1:21.167 from Donnie Maritz. We'll watch that space for just a little bit. Yeah, Willem Bindel on the Triumph Daytona 675 doing a mighty job over there. 0.4 of a second ahead of Norman McFadden. Looking at the classics, of course, that's Donnie Maritz that leads the classic section. And then the breakfast run bikes, it's going to be Harris in 10th position, who's only 0.2 of a second off of the 77 of Fourie in 9th position. Of course, that will be Jan Fourie on the Kawasaki, and then Sean Harris on the 1000RR BMW.
Nick Ben was 2nd on the line, but he's down in 8th. So the guys are eating him up alive. He's been charged from all over. Let's have a look here now. Right, so Donovan goes over the line. Here comes Willem Binnendal. And there goes Donnie Maritz. Donnie Maritz finds himself now in P5. He's climbing the table. We've got 5 laps to go. Keep an eye on Donnie. Oh, someone runs a bit deep there into turn number 1, but manages to keep it together. Saw the brake lights going, so he's working his way back on the circuit. That's good.
Well, it's Norman McFadden that's currently in 2nd position there, Francois. He's only 0.2 of a second off of Donovan Stevens. So the Kawasaki R6 is working very nicely. A 1:19.432, his fastest lap of the race as well. He's left Binnendal way behind, 1.2 seconds as Donnie Maritz continues his fight through the field.
That's quicker than some of the superbikes that were out now. Now Norman McFadden is he's on form. He's on fire. So let's try and pick up the leaders now as they work their way out of turn number 4 down the back straight. They hit that double apex right-hander. There they go. And Norman, well, he's thereabouts. He's working his way through. So it's all happening.
Oh, he's not done yet. He put a fastest first sector time and he went purple in that first sector. And in the second sector, 23.9 as well, a whole second faster than Donovan Stevens on the last lap. So what happens is, let's show now, as they make their way through, across the line, we then run. It is going to be...
Norman McFadden has taken the lead. Norman McFadden goes to the front. Well. We can't get rid of the McFaddens at Killarney. They're always leading out. Norman is having a scream. Now listen, Norman McFadden can ride a motorbike. Let's take nothing away from him. Look at that, a 1:19.1. Norman is turning up the wick. And I'm trying to pick up where's Donnie Maritz. I think Donnie could possibly have gone up to about 4th place. So, no, he's on 2nd. I think he's on 2nd. There he goes. He's in 2nd place. So Donnie's going to go look for Norman. So this is going to be a fight down to the wire. Donnie Maritz has now passed 2 bikes, has gone up to 2nd place. So things are happening at Killarney. Folks, here you have a veteran motorcycle racer in Norman McFadden and an extra veteran in Donnie Maritz, who I say humbly is doing this for his late brother Francois Maritz, and he goes down the back straight and he's closing in on Norman. So it's 750 versus 600.
Well, Donnie Maritz putting in fast first and second sector times. This will be a very quick lap if he holds it together in sector 3, of course, as well. And 4 laps left to go, including the one they're currently on. As they cross that line, now it's going to be 3 on the Suzuki, of course. Donnie Maritz in 2nd position.
Well, Norman is screaming on the 600, but here comes Donnie on the pre-sting. I said 750, it's 1,000. So he's got a lot of power, but that is an Angel. That's about a 20-year motorcycle, that GSXR 1000. So he's closing down considerably over Norman McFadden. So Donnie van Killarney gaan ons weer wys as he makes a demo. Donnie Maritz Racing, quicker. 169 on a 25-year-old machine. Can you, Adam and Eva?
Well, it's 1.5 seconds faster than what, of course, Norman McFadden achieved earlier on, which is stratospheric. I can tell you that much. When they crossed the line, it was 1.2 seconds between the two of them. On this lap now, look at that, a 27.6, a 10th of a second faster already in sector 1 over Norman McFadden already. It just shows you it's a foregone conclusion here, Francois.
Yeah, no, we're waiting for some of the slow bikers down the back straight. The leaders are going to come out. There's Norman McFadden and there's Donnie Maritz right up behind him. And Donnie is going to wind the throttle wide open down towards Petamina Fostron corner. Donnie Maritz is closing up on Norman McFadden as they go down into turn number 5. Norman pitches it over to the right-hand side, rolls around. Donnie's right there with him. We could see a challenge going down into turn number 1. McFadden wise up. Here comes Donnie. Donnie right up behind Norman McFadden as they make their way up over the start-finish line. Donnie Moritz looks up on the inside of Norman McFadden, and I'm afraid he's going to outbreak him going down into turn number 1. No, Norman crosses across his bow. Donnie does it a bit gingerly. He's still got 2 laps in it, so he's just going to use the legs of that motorcycle.
Well, I had to be careful through turn 5 per Tamina fast on there, Francois. There is a yellow flag waving there at the moment because a bike has been parked on the wall over there, so no passing under any circumstances over there. But now, here comes Donnie Moritz. They came through turn 1 into turn 2. McFadden versus the man, of course, in second place, Donnie Moritz, who's on his return, racing for Francois, his brother. And yeah, well, only 2 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on.
Norman McFadden riding David McFadden's championship, winning 600 South African 600 Superbike champion bike as he makes his way down the back straight. But Donnie is going to wind that kettle of that Suzuki wide open. He closes up behind Norman. Norman is crouched behind the screen, but here comes Donnie. Still Norman and Donnie. Donnie looks like he's going to maybe go around the outside now, breaking down into turn number 5, Patamina Fostron. He goes on. Norman shuts him out. Norman runs him wide. That is textbook motocross initiative coming out there of Norman McFadden. Norman is fighting here for his lunch as they work their way up towards us. Donnie is now going to drill that 750 or that 1000 up alongside McFadden as they go down towards turn 1. McFadden, like his son, late on the brakes, goes into turn number 1. And Donnie knows he's got a fight on his hands. They're on their final lap, ladies and gentlemen, as they work their way out of turn number 1 up the Hubert Straight up towards Quarry Corner. Norman McFadden goes slightly defensive up on the inside. Donnie Moritz sits right up there behind him. Third place is still Fourie, followed by Benadel, Smart and Stevens. But all eyes on that front fight. It's all happening out there. Donnie looks up on the inside. McFadden dives across his bow. Bit of slow traffic. They're going to have to strategize this one carefully as they work their way up towards turn number 4 and hit that double right-hander.
Yeah, it was 73 thousandths of a second between the two of them. When they cross the line, you can cover them now with a postage stamp. And let me tell you one thing, they're coming around. It is going to be the last lap as we are at the moment. Now they come through lap traffic. And now on the straight, Donnie Moritz is going to move out to the outside. And now we'll watch them as they go into Pertamina Fastron. They are side by side, but I think Norman McFadden just pokes the nose ahead, Francois.
It's going to be a dice to the wire, as they say. They come out there now. Norman McFadden leads out Donnie. Is Donnie going to wind up that jigsaw? Coming up towards the line. They come towards the line. Norman makes it ahead of Donnie. A brilliant race there from the front runners. The rest of the field crossed the line. An absolute hugging. Jan Fourie, Willem Benadel, Nassif Smart. 1/900th of a second. Unbelievable they win there. Donovan Stevens crosses the line, so does Shannon Thompson. The rest of the field come up over the line and make their way over. So we wait for the rest of the field to come through. Brilliant, brilliant racing out of the Stratotech, Clubman's Classic and Breakfast Run motorcycles. Donovan Stevens in 6th, Nico Venter, Sean Harris, Nick Penn, Wayne Gress, Derek Hendricks, Danny Frost and Wesley Hendricks all make their way up over the line. And what an absolute spectacle of a race coming out of the, we call them the beginners. I mean, let's say Norman and Donnie aren't beginners, but this is where the guys start their superbike racing. I think, you know, yes, it's a cliche, but I think this was good value for money. Honestly, I mean, these are only the first. We've got more races to come, a second heat on all the classes. But I think this is honestly what we call value. The racing, top draw, gentleman-like conduct out of the races, no one being silly, bar the crash of young Slade Finnecake early on. Brilliant. In this condition, Byron, I think it's been great.
It's been wonderful, Francois, and let me tell you one thing, riders and everybody in the stands and everybody at home just deserves one hell of a good lunch right now as we get ready for the second half of our program.
Right, we're going to break for lunchtime, folks. Have a lekker lunch, have something to eat, something to drink, and we'll be with you in about 30 minutes' time.
catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me howling at the moon. When it rains, it pours. Water's up to my chin. Won't stop fighting to the very end. Many men tried to reach it. Many men have failed. Well, if you wanna get to heaven, you gotta raise a little hell. And I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. They say no to sleepless nights. Will you find me? Hope you find me. When the sun rises, when the sun We're trying to catch me howling at the moon. 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 When it rains, it pours. Water's up to my chin. Won't stop fighting to the very end. Many men try to reach it. Many men have failed. Well, if you wanna get to heaven, you gotta raise a little hell. And I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. Facing on a sleepless night. Will you find me? Hope you find me. I'll be back home soon. When the sun rises, when the sun we're trying to catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me howling at the moon. We're trying to catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me. Trying to catch me. Trying to catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me. Trying to catch me howling at the moon.
Right, folks, we are back on air again to all the people around the circuit and all of you at home watching this production. And it is approaching 5 to 2, and we are going to get ready with the second race of the Thermo Fires and Briars Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars. And I see the boxy Datsun of Mansour Parker out there. He did not do the opening race, did Mansour Parker. He wasn't in that one. And the car is out there. Shane DeToy is on pole position for this one. And then Razik Harris is right in there with him as well. Then it's Mansour Parker. Paul Minnick is in there. Then behind Minnick, we've got Shane Smith. On Shane Smith's inside, we've got the Jetta 2 of Willie Swart, the BMW of JP Shea, and then the Class C 44 Polo of Trappies Francois van Tonder. Then behind Trappies van Tonder, we have got the two BMWs of Gary Smith, and on his outside, the 117 BMW of Barry Williams. Then behind the two of them, we've got the Chiara van Niekerk Golf, that is the Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car Golf, and on the outside is Stephen Goos, and those are the people of Thermobry and Fires, the main sponsor of this class. Then the 55, that is the Blue Golf of Ryan Lodge. And as I've said on previous race events here, a man that used to race a GTI Challenge back in the day. Then there are four more cars out there. We'll get to them the moment we see who they are when they get further closer. I think the one might be Jean Vervey. That's a bit further down. I'm not too sure, but because they had gearbox issues. They had gearbox issues early on. So I don't see the Eugene Gasperi car out there. Remember that he had problems in a turn 5 fast run when oil was put down with that silver BMW, so that car's not out there. Philip Venter is definitely one of those three cars at the back, or should I say one of those four cars at the back. He's the fourth last in that group. So I'm sure the other one is Michael Flynn that is out there, and Ziad Ali. Those would be the other cars that are out there. Jean Vervey and them had serious gearbox issues out there the whole day. They had to replace third gear, then fourth gear. Now they've got to replace fifth gear, and they... sorry, Steven Heidenrich. I said Jean Vervey, I do apologize. Steven Heidenrich. And with the Jetta 3, and that car's not out there on track, so I'm sure that they could not get that gearbox problem of Steven Heidenrich sorted out. So we're not going to see him out there at this point in time. And that's a pretty quick Mark III Volkswagen Jetta of Steven. And Stevie not going to be out there on circuit. But yeah, the rest of the cars that are out there have all lined up. It's a pretty small Clubman's field in comparison to what we are used to in Midas Clubman's. There's always 30 cars or more out there on the grid. So it's a very depleted Clubman's field, but it's a quality Clubman's field nonetheless, even though the numbers are down for today's race event. So the Heidenrich car is not out there. I don't know if the Vervey car is out there at the back. I'll have a look, see when the cars do roll forward. But yeah, sadly we've only got on track, we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There's about 17 cars out there. So I think this is probably the smallest Clubman's field that we've had in a heck of a long time, and I mean in years and years and years. But as I said before, the field might be smallish today, but it's quality, quality, quality racing car driver combinations. So who can challenge Shane du Toit? Well, Mansour Parker can, if all is well in that 3 Series boxy BMW of his. As I said, he missed the opening Clubman's race of the day, but he is out there now for that second one. Paul Minnick started this race in, or the first race of the day, at the tail end of the field, and worked his way through into a very, very good position. He's out there in the 79 car, running in Class B. And then we have got Willie Swart and Shane Smith out there. Shane's dad, Gary, is in there just behind the Trappies van Tonder JP Share combination, and on the inside of the 117 BMW of Barry Williams. So the cars fire up, and they're going to make their way around behind the Renault pace car, and then it'll be all systems go. Joining me on Mike's side on this one will be Mr. Byron Knight. Byron, it's going to be pretty decent stuff out there, that's for sure.
Yeah, 19 cars entered in all. We'll see, I don't think all of 19 of them will be out there. It'll be nice to see the Clubman's class grow a bit again. I remember the days of, well, you're talking about over 30, Frankie. We talked about 60 cars at one stage. And, well, you know, times, of course, have changed. Times are tough at the moment, but we always hope that the classes can grow. But like you said, it doesn't mean we're going to be short of any action here, because we got some fantastic machines, some fantastic drivers, Look at there, Shane Du Toit, Razi Harris, all these names, Stephen Heydrich, Paul Minnick, of course, a number of these names also partook in the Festival of Speed here at Killarney as well for the time trial. Now back to what they know best.
Yeah, Stephen, of course, not out there, and as the cars rolled by, I picked up that Jean Verwey was also not out on circuit. So those are two cars that I know for a fact that we have lost out there for the second heat of the Thermo Fires and Bry Clubman's saloon cars. So they roll around there behind the safety car that leads them through Interceptor Corner, that's turn 3. And then the safety car will lead them up the Tygerberg Straight towards Malmesbury Sweep, that is turn 4. And then from there, will lead them down the back straight towards turn 5. That is Fostron Corner through the kink, and then under the City of Cape Town Bridge they will go. And then the red lights will turn green after the safety car has pulled off into the pit area. So Byron, they're working their way through Malmesbury. Turn 4 behind the safety car, and it is in the control the moment that safety car pulls in of the very, very quick, very fast Mark 1 Golf of Shane Du Toit.
Yeah, the Renault taking them around. Usually it's Dave Milan that's behind the wheel of that car. Speak under correction over there. Just quickly, briefly spoke to Dave earlier on. Renault, trying to look in the banks of my memory if we have, when we last had any racing Renaults actually in the field. I have to probably do my research on that one, but as far as we know, it is just now the safety car, the pace car that's taking them around. That is the sole Renault in the field. Of course, we'll be peeling off as they come around, and as Frankie said, then all hell will break loose over here as well, and we're going to see some of Killarney's finest drivers battle for top position. Frankie, the Renault will peel off to its right. The lights are on.
Lights in pit lane is on. It's now in control of Shane Du Toit as they make their way towards us. Shane Du Toit, the moment the lights go off, it'll be hammer time for all of them. Bang! The lights go off and away we go. The revs pick up as these Thermo Fires Clubman's cars race down into turn number 1. There's some serious lockups going there. It's a cloud of smoke and somebody gets turned around. That's Paul Minnick. Paul Minnick gets turned around. JP Share got caught up in that one as well. The yellow flags are out. All the cars are back on track again, but it was major lockup there. And turn 1 is now clear. All the cars have now made their way out of turn 1. Up front, it is a 2 Golfs of Shane Du Toit and Razi Harris that is sitting there in first and second position. Then it is Willie Swart that is there in third place ahead of the boxy BMW of Mansur Parker. Parker sitting out there in that 4th position. Right behind him is Shane Smith as they work their way up the Tygerberg Straight, Byron, into turn 4, and not too far behind him is JP Share, but that is JP Share that sits in there just behind. No, it's not. It is Shane. Then it is, I said Stephen Heidenreich was not in this one. Wrong. Heidenreich is making his way down the back main. I think he started from pit lane, and definitely he's out there, and he is busy carving his way through the field, Byron.
That's going to be something to watch there, Frankie. That means there's 20 cars in this race. Du Toit comes across the line and leads by quite a bit on the first lap already, actually, as well. 9/10 of a second. Willem Swart comes through in 3rd position as lap 2 will commence. And, well, like we said, not a good clean start for everybody, even though the Paul Minnick spin earlier on, he was lucky not to be hit over there as well. And then we have some of the last to the back markers. There's somebody coming into the pits, Frankie. It looks like it's a red Golf at the moment. I'll try and pick up a number.
That's one of the guys that started towards the tail end of the field. But let's have a look now at our front runners. They're making their way out of turn number 3, out of Interceptor Corner, working their way up the Tygerberg Straight towards turn 4. That is a Malmesbury Sweep as the leaders make their way down the back main. On the gas, the 2 Golfs of Shane Du Toit and Razi Harris, 1st and 2nd. Down the back main they go, racing 56. Down towards turn number 5. Some distance behind them, that's Fostron. He's at 20, the 222 of Willie Swart And right on his case down the back main is Mansour Parker. Right there behind Mansour Parker is Stephen Heidenreich, and right on his case there is Shane Smith. But Byron, there's yellow flags down in fast.
There are yellow flags waving, and I think on the outside of the corner I see a recovery crew has been parked. So what happens is 6 laps left to go out of this race. Blue flags will also be waving now, or green flags rather should be waving, just to get out of that section of Per Tamina Fastron. And I just wanted to take a look earlier on. It was the 56 of Ali, the VW Golf Mark 1 that pulled unfortunately out of the race. 19 runners are still left in this race. I see Van Niekerk up into 12th position, 9/10 of a second off of Share.
Well, I'm having a look at this fight that's making its way into turn number 2, into Quarry Corner. And that is that fight for 3, 4, 5 and 6 out on track. And that fight's been led there by Willie Swart. Right on his case is the Jetta 3 of Stephen Heidenreich. Heidenreich sitting right on his case there. Then it is Shane Smith. That's the 4. The Mansour Parker is in there, but Mansour's dropping off. Mansour Parker is dropping off. Remember, Mansour did not do the opening race in this class for the day. He's working his way through turn number 4 right now, and on his case will be Gary Smith. Yep, Gary Smith is right on his case, so trouble out there for Mansour Parker. Barry Williams is going to have a part of him as well. Then we've got Paul Minnick, Trappist van Tonder, and right on his case there is JP Share.
Well, the top 3 are all leaders in their respective classes. The 112 of Dutoy, Class A leader. Class X leader is Razik Harris. Then it's Swart in the Clubman's Class B class over there as well. That holds up that 3rd position. He'll lose it out to Heidenreich, though. He's falling down a little bit there. Smith coming ahead as well of Swart. Parker holding on the Class A 2nd position. And Smith currently Clubman's Class C leader at the present moment.
So let's have a look. Where's our leaders? There they go. They're making their way into turn number 3, Interceptor Corner. And it's 2 Golfs in P1 and P2 working their way up the Tigerberg Straight towards turn number 4. Into Malmesbury they go. Shane DeToy and Razik Harris. Yes, Razik Harris is out there in Class X, but he is right on the case there of Shane DeToy as they work their way down the back main. That's the 2 Golfs you see there on your screen heading towards the Wingfield Motor sign as they work their way to turn 5 into Fastron Corner. There's not much happening in the back straight now. There comes 3rd place man down the back main. That's Stephen Heidenreich. Right behind him is Shane Smith, followed there by Willie Swart as they head down into turn number 5. Then it is Gary Smith. Right behind him is Paul Minnick. Behind Paul Minnick is Barry Williams as they race down towards turn number 5. And Barry Williams is being caught there by Francois van Tonder and by JP Share.
Was 9/10 of a second between DeToy and Harris. It is now 6/10 of a second, 3/10. He has taken out of DeToy's lead at the moment. 4 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on at the moment. Heidenreich still holds 3rd position, albeit 14.5 seconds off of Razik Harris. He's still ahead of Shane Smith by 1.9 seconds. Willem Swart will be 3rd place in class, 5th place overall, ahead of Gary Smith. Gary Smith leads Class C at the moment. Minnick has held it nicely in there in 7th, despite that spin on lap 1, and he's ahead of Van Tonder. Trappist Van Tonder 2.4 seconds back in Class C, 2nd in Class C ahead of Williams.
Yeah, have a look at Trappist Van Tonder making his way now into turn number 2. He has got the move done and made there on Barry Williams, and now as they work their way out of turn 2, JP Share gets his BMW ahead of the Williams BM as well. So Williams, as they work their way through the kink down into turn 3, Interceptor Corner, Barry Williams has now lost 2 positions.
Well, just looking ahead of Trappist van Tonder there, Smith and Minnick, I think that are having a bit of a battle royale with each other. We'll have to watch out there. Goes nose to tail. That's right ahead of Trappist van Tonder. And, well, now, as I say, 3 laps left to go, including the one they're currently on. The leaders have crossed the line now, 2/10 of a second between DeToy and Harris. He's taking bits of time out every single time he comes past. Stephen Heinrich much further back. Here comes Stephen Heinrich now. He is still the Class B leader. And he will take that Jetta across the line then. But watching over here.
Gonna look at this fight coming out of turn number 2. That's a fight for the lead. Out of turn number 2 they come now. And Razik Harris was all right in there. Right under that back rear bumper of Shane Du Toit as they work their way now through turn number 3 out of Interceptor corner. But when they came out of turn number 1, he was all over the back of Du Toit. Well, if Du Toit didn't know who Razik Harris is, he sure as hell knows who he is now. That's for sure. Down the back line they go. They pick up a back marker. That is a Fenter. That just keeps out of their way there, Byron, as the two leaders right on each other's case race down into turn 5 fast on.
Well, going through turn 2 now, Frankie, it is the Smith and Van Tonder and Share battle. At the moment, you'll now see the blue flags will be coming out for the front runners for the cars to be lapped. But now what happens is JP Share all over the back of that white Polo over there as they go now onto the Tigerberg straight through into turn 4. Now nose to tail, 2 more laps left to go, including this one they're currently on.
Well, what a fight out there for the lead. We're going to pick them up now as they make their way down the back straight. I'm sure I saw them go down into, I just lost them for a moment there as they come into, they should be coming into view shortly, but we'll have a look, see where are they. There they go through the kink, working their way through the kink, racing down towards turn number 3. Those are your leaders with a lap and a half left to go as they work their way up the Tigerberg straight, racing down towards turn number 4. And still, Razik Harris is all over the back there of Shane Du Toit in that fight for first and second position, and they're going to put a lap there on the boxy BMW of Mansour Parker.
And they just pointed out here, look at this, 121.505 and a 125.2588. So what happens is it's very close at the top of the field there, Frankie. They're basically almost matching lap times here between each other. There's Share, JP Share. It's got right past Van Tonder.
Yeah, through the kink. That little fight goes into turn number 3. That was the fight between Trappist Van Tonder and JP Share. And JP get it wrong. JP Share got his nose ahead there of Francois Van Tonder and working through Interceptor corner. JP Share loses the tail end of the BMW and spins himself right out of this race. There on your screen, you can see the stricken BMW of JP Share.
There'll be yellow flags waving in that section then. Unfortunately, it is the last lap, though, of the race. And we wait now for our two leaders. They were swapping, they were comparing lap times over here. Down through the kink they run. Then into Interceptor, turn 3. Please get a camera on this, onto the Tigerberg straight into turn 4. They will be coming now. There we go. Thank you. As we see the two leaders coming through. It is Du Toit versus Harris. It was a 10th of a second, Frankie, between the two of them. It was 121.8 the last time around for Shane Du Toit. So 0.2 of a second faster was Razik Harris.
Right, and the quickest man out there with a 121.206 is Shane Du Toit. Down into turn 5 fast run. They go for the last time. The checkered flag has been readied here on the start-finish line. Here the two of them come down towards us. Harris is hassling Du Toit big time as they race towards the city of Cape Town Bridge. They're on the gas. Harris steps out towards the right of the circuit, but it's going to be Shane Du Toit, half a car length across the line in P1, just ahead there of Razik Harris in that second position.
58 thousandths of a second, Frankie, as they cross the line. That is very, very close indeed. Heidenreich will come next.
Yeah, they come towards us now. This next group of cars is 1 or 2 back markers, but this is going to be lovely stuff. Here comes Stephen Heidenreich. Right on his case is Shane Smith towards us. They come now, and it's Heidenreich that comes home ahead there of Shane Smith, and then Willie Swart will be the next man out there on the lead lap. Paul Minnick making his way under the city of Cape Town Bridge. He had a race with a difference, spinning there in turn 1, recovers, finishes his race ahead there of Gary Smith, and then it is Trappist Van Tonder that comes home. He's a Class C runner ahead there of the 117 BMW of Barry Williams. And then here comes the Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car Golf of Kiara van der Kerk. Lovely to see this lass out on track once again, and she will finish just ahead there of the 55 Golf of Ryan Lodge. And that seems to be, yep, that's the whole field that crossed the line. Those that were still in it, we lost the Gous Ali and Vervey and Gaspy did not take part in this one.
Yeah, unfortunately, JP Share also spinning out of the race in his battle with Trappies van Tonder. Trappies van Tonder will get that 8th position, 5.3 seconds back of Smith. But yeah, only 14 and officially, you could say, finishing the race with Fenter rounding it all off there as well. As Frankie pointed out, Mansour Parker, Stephen Khoos, Ziad Ali was the man who parked the Mark 1 Golf there near the pit lane. So not taking any further part in that race. So that was the second Thermofires Clubman Saloons Clubman's Race 2.
Right, some great stuff out there by the drivers in the Thermofires and Bryce Clubman's regional saloon cars. And as you have a look on your screen, you'll see there's a couple of individuals that's up top there waving our hands. That is Byron.
Please help us.
And myself and Emil giving you guys a wave at home that is watching the production at home. And then Francois Butler's also here, but he's just gone down the stairs into race control quickly. So that's where we shout the odds from. I'm sure you people all know that by now. If you didn't, well then welcome to Killarney, that's for sure. But yeah, that was the opening race for the second half of the program in the Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars, sponsored by Thermofires.
Hello, my name is Sam Bishop. I drive the number 94 Angry Jetta in a GTI Class B. Yeah, I mean today we're purely looking to win. I mean qualifying first in qualifying, which is great. Super happy with that. So yeah, no, we're going to see what happens. Obviously, there's a bit of competition when it comes to the rest of the drivers. It's a good field. But yeah, no, we'll see what happens. Just looking to take the win. It's all right.
Well, I found something here for the people at home in the program, Byron, and that is the lap speed table. And if you do a certain lap time, that gives you a certain average speed, not faster speed. Now, Shane DeToy and them were doing 121s. Okay, that means he was doing an average speed around Killarney of 145.2 kilometers an hour, and that is not the fastest speed, obviously. That is the average speed. So if you're doing 121s, and so was Razi Harris, that means they were doing in the vicinity of 145 kilometer an hour average speed. So yeah, that is that's pretty damn quick for an average speed for one lap. So yeah, if you're doing 106, which nobody's going to be done. I think it's only Stuart White that did a 106 with that Janetta of Craig Jarvis, which means he, and this is a couple of years ago, was doing an average speed of 178.2 kilometers an hour, average speed, not top speed. So that's just some information for the people around the circuit and the people at home. Well, up here in the commentary box with me is Mr. Luke Lucchese. He likes to call himself Mr. Luke Lucchese nowadays. A man that raced main circuit, fantastic on the karting track back in the day. But Luke, it's now all about iRacing.
Yeah, 100%.
So first of all, Luke, welcome. And have a chat to us, your racing career from karting to main circuit all the way to where you are. Didn't you do Group N as well at one stage?
I did Group N, yes.
And it's now full internet racing.
It's full internet racing, yeah. Look, I find I get my fix from online racing, so, you know, I mean, it would be nice to do it in real life, but obviously, you know, there's a big financial implication to real racing, whereas you don't have that expense in sim racing, but I find that I get the adrenaline rush that I'm looking for in that regard. So,
okay, first of all, it doesn't cost you anything if you hit the wall in sim racing.
Not at all.
You just
Not
hit
at
the
all.
escape button and you go back to the pit area. A question from a guy like me that's just done a commentary on iRacing, Gary, and obviously FC Nivote and Francois as well that's done it. Tell the people out there that do not know too much about it, the thrill of it, and your rig. Does the rig move around?
I have a motion rig.
But you get those ones.
You do get them, yes. It helps with immersion, but it doesn't really help with speed because look, it depends on how you've got it set up. But you know, all the adrenaline that you experience, you know, the butterflies in the stomach before a real race, you experience before a sim race, as well as the people that I'm racing against tell me the same thing. So, you know, that's what it's all about. It's about the experience that you get from it.
Yeah, so Luke, of course, does the iRacing Master Series, and he races in the GTE.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like you to stand up around the circuit, remove your headdress for a minute's silence. Unfortunately, the karters are practicing, they're not part of the main circuit. So for all the great folk that have passed, we wish them Godspeed. Frans Maritz, Peter Monday, and young Liam Godding, rest in peace. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. May their souls rest in peace. Well, it's never easy to say goodbye to anybody, but the motorcycle riders probably do it the best when they say goodbye to one of their own. And in this case, they're also saying goodbye to Peter Monday and to young Liam Godding.
240Z Datsun, the Chevy DeVille, or as Francois likes to call it, the block of flats. I don't even have to pay rent in that car to stay in it, to drive it around here. And let me tell you one thing, here comes a little conquest of Dion Conradi. Hey, how can't we even mention this man over here? This man was super quick in race 1, the R100 there. Lane Hutchings down in that section. Had a quick chat to Eckhart van Reenen as well earlier on in the Mercedes-Benz 190E. He's a relative newcomer as well. Has had his trials and tribulations, but it looks like he could be well and truly back into this race. There he is. There's that 2002 BMW as well following suit, who did not finish the first race. And that 2002 is Robert Rowe. Robert Rowe, usually in the E36 BMW, but now he's decided to enter the 2002, which puts him in Class X for the first race. And then, of course, next time out, he will be up into the full-on...
And chat him about it. But yeah, so the 2002 is racing. It's that green and black 2002 BMW. Having a look down here on the line, Dave Kopke sits there on P1 alongside Nadia from the Nadia plant hire. The group proudly sponsored by Lauda Classic Cars. Michael Hitchcock in the Mustang Coupe sits alongside Charlie Arton. Eric van der Maven, the Lynx Motorsport Porsche. The two Golf and the Golf Porsche there of Andrew Hunter. And Fadi Maton with the other Mustang sits there on the row. Then we've got the fine cars. Just look, oh, and I see that Cortina's going again down in towards turn number 5. So he's managed to get it started. Maybe a loose wire or something. You never know, but that Cortina's coming back into play.
Luckily, it's a rolling start here. Schendorf in the CLI Jetta, that's the fine car class. And then I know Roger Lewis, I saw him earlier on, he's right behind the Jetta over there in the MGA. That is the very small little fine car class at the moment. We need that class to grow a little bit in the...
Build a triple rotor, the Maserati. I was alive. I should have had duct taped myself to the crash bars, and he wasn't even at full tilt. He just took me around for a ride on a Thursday afternoon. Hair-raising stuff. You cannot imagine what a Wankel motor puts out. It's a direct drive, and those cups inside the Wankel pick up, they burn 3 times in where normal motor burns once. So if people understand mechanics...
Go for the start of the second classic car race for the day. Just inching him towards turn 1. It's going to be Franco Donadio, but remember, he's got the inside corner advantage, but it doesn't work very much for Dave Kopke. Now there is Michael Hitchcock in that Mustang. Then side by side behind them, it is the Charles Arton 240Z and the Porsche 944. There's 2 Porsche 944, that Golf coloured one as well. Of course, Michael Hitchcock, not Michael Hitchcock rather, I should Andrew Honeywell rather. Then Trevor Momberg comes right through. Fadi Maton behind him. Bruce Avon Taplin making his way through, the first of the front wheel drive cars, making his way through Interceptor.
The Martin Bench is spewing out a little bit of smoke under acceleration. Theo Klaassen has pulled away from the fine cars. He's left Kuni Mathieu behind him and Natasha Tissendorf. Natasha chasing Kuni Mathieu. But that's the fine cars. Not too many, but watch this. David Kopke up on the inside of Franco Donadio, pulls up next to him and says to him, how's it? And then he goes past him. So down into turn number 5, Dave Kopke and Franco Donadio are at it once again. But I'm afraid Dave Kopke's got the upper hand in that Mazda R100, that red and white beast, as I call it. It's actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. And here he comes down. Listen to that rotary. Oh, what a lovely sound as it goes down towards the... Sorry, that's a petrol head talking to you. And Michael Hitchcock sitting there in P4. Up alongside him, Charlie Arton trying to get through. Hitchcock has got that Mustang nicely sewn up. He's chasing the front runners. Charlie Arton sitting up behind him. Eric van der Maven, then Andrew Honeywell. Trevor Momberg follows there. Now, I haven't seen Franco in 3rd position in a long time. I know of a couple of cars that are coming back to Killarney. I'd like to see when they come back, because that's going to change the whole figure. I won't use names or cars for the protection of the drivers, but have a look at this. Charlie Arton is absolutely pedaling up behind Dave Kopke, and he looks to come alongside him going down to turn number 1 as Davey squirms under braking. Charlie's going to go around his outside trying.
Anton Rolino in that, and the blue flags will be coming out. Remember, all the personal badges.
that man Dave Kopke. He slides the road, he almost climbs the curbstone, he cuts the corner so short. He's having oodles of fun out there. Franco Donadio keeps the escort nice and squared out of the corner there, followed by Charles Arton. Michael Hitchcock and Eric van der Merwe contemplate quarry corners. They work their way through, keeping it as possible to get a good drive down through the King Interceptor corner. There you see Franco Donadio on screen, going sideways, drifting out. Charles Arton follows him up the Tiger, but straight up towards turn number 4. Into turn number 4 comes your leader, Dave Kopke. He's followed there by Donadio and Arton. Up behind them, Michael Hitchcock in the Mustang. So working their way through the double right-hander. And down the back straight are your leaders. So going down the back straight now is your leaders, Dave Kopke. Theo Claessens gets forced a bit wide in turn 5 as Kopke comes up his inside. Donadio up on the inside of Theo Claessen. And, well, it looks like Donadio is leaving Charles Arton a bit. Charles Arton caught up in Franco Donadio up behind Theo Claessen now. Works his way up at the inside. He'll out braking into turn number 1 on their final lap. And Byron, this has been an exhilarating race.
Well, talking about exhilarating, Lane Hutchings in the Golf Mark II is leading his old man who's in the Sirocco. They go through Interceptor right now, so it's now a great battle between the two of them. But then behind them is the 944 Porsche of Dr. Jeff Bill, and he has, of course, got Dion Conradi in the Conquest right on his tail, 0.2 of a second as they cross the line. So some great battles happening out throughout the field, but now the last lap it is, of course, Dave Kopke. We watch out for him now.
Right, so David Kopke is working his way around the circuit. He'll be making his way up towards turn number 4, I would imagine. See Donadio, Kopke will be a little bit ahead of him. There's David now, comes down the Killarney straight away, makes his way towards Table Mountain, towards turn number 5 in the Mazda R100. On his way into Petamina Fostron for the final time today for him. And, well, he's done a sterling job. He's going to make it 2 out of 2, all things being equal, as he rolls around out of Petamina Fostron, takes a nice middle-of-the-road run, and makes his way up to the checkered flag. When he comes past you, ladies and gentlemen, give this man a round of applause. What a great race by Dave Kopke in the R100 Mazda Rotary 13B. He'll be followed there by the Ford Escort of Franco Donadio, the Datsun 240Z there of Charlie Arton, and the 67 5-litre V8 Mustang there of Michael Hitchcock. Theo Claessen comes through in the fine cars, and then it's Eric van der Merwe in the 928 Porsche. He crosses the line. Well, Byron, I don't even want to bring the rest home.
Well, let's take a look over here now, because it is Hutchings Senior that jumped Hutchings Junior on the line. Of course, it's the last lap, of course, now for the most of them coming through, and Trevor Momberg will be the next man through now. I see coming right there is, of course, the Merc of Eckhart van Reden also finishing off as well. Then Honeywell in the 944 Porsche will come through in 7th position. Then it will be Ferdi Maton in 8th position in the Mustang. Here he comes right now. And then I'm going to take them as well. Here comes the battle down the back straight, which I'm watching at the moment, of course, is Lane Hutchings repassing his father. The Golf Mark II finds itself ahead of the Sirocco. And, well, I don't think now that Trevor will have another go. He's not close enough, I'm going to have to say. So it's going to be Lane Hutchings that will take not only 11th spot, but also will be taking 3rd in class section. Then Bruce Valentine comes through 38, number 38, 10.9 seconds back in the Mini. And that's they will be followed by the two Hutchings, of course, Lane and Trevor. Dr. Jeff Bill in 13th position, and then Dion Conradi will be the man in the Toyota, who will be 14th position. Then Theo Claessen takes victory in the fine car section in the Nissan Skyline. Mouton will win in the Alpha. He'll win the Class E ahead of Anton Renina by 0.4 of a second. And then second in class will be Koenraad Mathieu for the fine cars. Of course, that's in the 928 Porsche. Natasha Tischendorf in the CLI Jetta will get 19th overall, but 3rd in class. Van Reenen in the Mercedes-Benz will be 20th overall, ahead of Roger Lewis in 21st. Both of them will be 4th and 5th in class. Rowe, unfortunately, in that 2002 BMW, not finishing the race because he was slowing down earlier on. And then, of course, Jacques Blom did not start the race, unfortunately. And I did see that the Cortina as well did not go back out there as well. Looks like it was going to be something that was going to happen. and unfortunately Mount Carsten's not taking any further part in the race.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny from Wingfield Motors here. After 33 years of service to you. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
Right, folks, here we go with the Pirelli V8 Masters working their way out onto the track for their second race of the day. What a fight we had up front in race one between Fabio Tafani and Sean Moore, and I'm sure that fight's going to continue as the V8 Masters, sponsored by Pirelli, work their way out onto the circuit for their second race of the event. A big thanks to Price for my car, and there are other sponsors we have to say thank you to as well. We'll get to those sponsors the moment this race is done. I did mention them earlier on, but we will mention them once again because these are people, Byron, that is very involved as well in motorsport. So the moment this race is done, there are quite a few of those people that we need to say thank you to as well. So let's just get through this race, the Pirelli sponsored V8 Masters, and then we will say a big thanks to those sponsors. So there they go down the back straight, and it's going to be awesome stuff. Barry Ingle leads them down the back straight. Roy Campos is in there. So was Sean Moore, Fabio Tafani, the whole gang is in the house. Mark Ridgway, Carl Nell, they're all there. The Class B car of Menno Parsons, who, by the way, just like Peter van der Spey, is also a pilot, Menno Parsons. And so we've got two pilots here. We've got, well, the one's not racing today, that is Captain Peter van der Spey, and then, of course, the other driver is Menno Parsons. And he's got a Mustang that he flies as well, and it's called Mustang Sally. So, yeah, a lot of top-class businessmen that are racing here at Killarney International, and we say big thanks to all of them. So, it's Barry Ingle and Roy Campos on the front row of the grid. Then it's Carl Nell that comes through. His daughter, Marianka Nell, races oval track, Carl Nell, and he's out there in the V8 Master. Then Mark Ridgway, and then it's inverted because the front row of the grid in race 1 was Tafani and Moore. Now it's Moore ahead of Tafani, and they're out there in P5 and 6. So it's an inverted grid, Byron, for the second Pirelli V8 Master cars.
Oh, that will spice things up just a little bit over here as well, yeah, because Barry Engel and Roy Campos and Carl now finished in the second half of the top 6, basically. Menno Parsons in the silver class, number 69.
Yeah, just a rectification, thanks here to Tiny. That's not the same Carl Nell that I was talking about early on. I was under the impression it was, but Tiny of Tiny's pit box in your bunch is saying to me, Frankie, it is not the same person. Right, either way, there is a Carl Nell out there, and this guy is damn good, and he races as hard as he possibly can. So they work their way out of turn number 1 behind the safety car as they, Byron, work their way into turn 2.
Yeah, so there will also be one of the classes that does a rolling start. A handful of classes throughout the day will do the standing start or a clutch start. And now they will do here on this one a rolling start. And the pace car will take them around that will be driving there through Interceptor. And then we'll unleash all these APV Ford Mustangs for their 8-lap race, and 15 of them look like it to be out there. 14 of them. Stuart Spooner, he's also in that group as well. He was the one who had a spin on the X earlier on, so you had a bit of the misadventures of Stuart Spooner in race 1. Hopefully you can string some earlier on. You have to be 40 plus to be in this particular class. It was a 45, age 45 a few years ago. They dropped the age, so it's more for the what you call it, seasoned campaigners, because a number of newcomers come after the age of 40 as well.
Well, if I had my way, which of course I won't have, I'll bring it further down. I'll say 35 and over, because there's a lot of youngsters out there that is pretty seasoned and in their youth, and they would obviously be drivers that wouldn't go and do any silly things out there. But yes, the rules are there's nothing wrong with it. Fast run corner. The safety cars pulled off, the red lights on pit lane is on. And there's a lot of ponies out there underneath those bonnets of these 15 thunderous V8s that roll to the set of Cape Town Bridge. This is going to be absolutely awesome. Look at this picture rolling down towards us as the lights go off and off they go. The hammers get dropped. There's already body work on the circuit. Contact has been made there. And the marshals will have to try and recover all that before they get back to the end of the opening lap. But as they work their way out at turn number 1, up front it is it's Barry Ingle. Barry Ingle that leads going down into turn number 2. Right behind Barry Ingle is Carl Nell. Behind Carl Nell we've got Mark Ridgway. Then it's side by side. Oh, and Fabio Tafani's gone. Fabio Tafani is gone. He spins the car. There's another driver that went off there with him as well. We'll try and pick up in the binoculars who that other driver is. I think it's a 17 car that's gone there.
Alistair Brown. It will probably be Alistair Brown.
No, if it's a 17 car, it's Gary Thompson.
Excuse me, Gary Thompson.
But we'll have to look and see. I think it is a 17 car of Gary Thompson that has spun it around. We'll get confirmation for you. as the whole field runs down
red
the back.
flag,
But the
Frankie,
red flag,
red flag.
yes. The red flag has been called for. Red flags here on the start-finish line. I wonder if there isn't something on the surface for radar confirmation from Emil, but that's just what I think. But we'll have to wait and see if that is the case.
Yeah, red flag then. That means race stopped and not even a full racing lap has been completed yet. So coming around then to pull up into their grid positions and then play the waiting game to see if everything can be cleaned up and if everything can be put together before the race starts again. Well, folks, behind the karting building, there was a big collision. You could see a car on its roof at the moment, and what happens is the car 17, I've heard, is currently pit, so we just made sure of that. I can't remember. Not
Gary Thompson.
Gary Thompson there, Frankie. But the marshals and the medic crews are on site now behind the karting building. We could not see that, so apologies for that.
Yeah, no, we couldn't pick it up. We thought that the red flag could have been because of something down on the circuit, which resulted in the 17 and the 1 car of Thompson and Tafani spinning. But it was not that. There was an incident come on the exit of turn 1. We could not see it from our point of view. We cannot see through that karting building. So we had no idea that that had happened at that point in time while the other cars were pirouetting on the exit of Quarry Corner. And clearly that situation just there behind the karting race control is the reason why the red flag came out and why the race was stopped.
Well, there was a 0-2 car, Sunday Le Bon, but we are pleased to announce that the driver is okay. The driver is out of the car and walking around. So Sunday Le Bon, car number 2, was the man who put the car on its roof, but he's out and he's all right. So that's some good news over there for us, and it just shows you how great our safety teams are over here, and also as well through the years how racing technology has evolved, and we can have incidents like this and drivers can get out. But of course the flatbed is there to pick up that APV Mustang.
Well, it's a pity that we didn't pick that up initially. There was no ways we could have picked it up from our vantage point over here. But yeah, it is the number 02 car of Sunday Le Bon, and he races in the silver class. And the most important thing is that Sunday is fine, he's okay, and he is out of the car. That is the most important thing in that whole situation. But yeah, not the way that he wanted his day to end, Sunday Le Bon. But yeah, as I said, he's
supercar drivers. Here comes now the Sander Le Bon APV back on the flatbed.
The 02 car, whoa, pretty mangled. Not as bad as what I thought it might be. Obviously, he's not going to take part in this one. I mean, that's obvious. There's a damage to the rear wing of that 02 car as well. Sporting the Byron on the side of the car, the US Air Force logo.
Well, there are a lot.
I think you might have done some low flying there as well.
You know, it's actually great to see, Frankie. I think you pointed out the last time.
And we can joke because we know that he's fine.
No, he is absolutely fine over there, and it's always great to see, these little things.
Moritz was on. And I've never experienced this before. Norman McFadden, and yeah, there was just there was no panic. You just, like you would stand there to set the traffic lights and just casually pull away. But that's the quality of the man that he's Donnie Moritz.
Run across, he would just walk gingerly across, and remember, this is a man that won Le Mans 5 times. So what happens is...
Why run? You've got 24 hours.
Why run? You've got 24 hours, exactly. This is a man who won Le Mans for Ford, in the GT40. He won, in the Porsches in the 80s, the Rothmans Porsches, everything like that. You're talking about a big legend. So I think it's kind of like the same principle, but Donnie's been around for so many years. He knows it all already. Every inch of the circuit, I can't even think of how many laps he's done around here.
Yeah, as I said, that is the quality and the caliber of the man that is the legend, Mr. Donnie Moritz. Right.